speak a little bit, please?
Is that okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Fantastic to be here, and even better to see such an awesome crowd. So, thank you for coming to my talk. My name's Patricia, and today we are gonna explore live Kubernetes hacking together. So, get ready for a ride. First, a brief introduction. I've been doing professional software development for over 25 years, so I do feel like a vintage dinosaur. But hey, who doesn't love a classic, right? Uh, I've always been close to code, and that bond still thrives today. However, over 2 years ago, I joined the dark side of platform engineering, and guess what? I absolutely loved it. Today I'm a staff SRE engineer at Form Free. So what do we do at Form Free? Uh, ba- Basically, Form Free is a financial cloud. We provide payment as a platform model for quick and easy integration with various payment scheme via REST API. We are technology-oriented, cloud-based, fully remote with microservices architectures. Recently, we've built this new multi-cloud payment platform based on Kubernetes and free clouds. So basically, Kubernetes security is super important to us. What am I gonna talk about today? Just a splash of theory in the ocean of practice. The key part of today's talk features free demos when I will try to hijack your accounts, exploiting various misconfiguration and security vulnerabilities in my Kubernetes cluster, as well as Kubernetes application. But first, to be on the same page, let's do a quick review of Kubernetes architecture, just to know which components should we target first. So basically, there's two main concepts in Kubernetes: the control plane and worker nodes. Control plane is responsible for the management of the entire Kubernetes cluster. So if you want to interact with your Kubernetes cluster, like you want to create or update any resource, you need to interact with the API server. So it's like the heart of our Kubernetes control plane. This is like an HTTP based API. You connect to it via kubectl. Who knows kubectl? Like everyone, yeah. Another important component here is etcd. etcd is a key value store, and basically it stores all information on all resources in the entire cluster. So think about all your secrets. Those are stored in etcd. So once a hacker gets their hands on etcd, they can read like all secrets. So on the other hand, we have worker nodes. Worker nodes are the place where the actual work happens. So all the pods are running over there. And the main component on this side is kubelet. Kubelet is deployed to each and every worker node and is responsible for instantiation and execution of all the pods. Similarly to the API server, kubelet also exposes this REST API, but this is only an internal API. But think about another attack vector. When you connect to this, for example, unsecured kubelet API, then you can read all the information about the pods running on this particular node, or you can instantiate and execute a new pod. So a sneak peek, we will exploit this unsecured kubelet API to get access to the pods running in our Kubernetes cluster. Another important aspect of Kubernetes architecture is networking. So most likely you are aware that Kubernetes exposes this flat network security model. What does it flat mean here? Basically, it means that each and every pod can communicate with any other pod in a cluster. That's by default. So if you run like several workloads in the same Kubernetes clusters, basically they can communicate with each other if you don't implement any other security mechanisms. But this it may be useful to understand how this networking is implemented, because this is potentially another attack surface in our Kubernetes clusters. So basically, to implement this flat networking model, Kubernetes makes use of CN9, Container Network Interface. That's only a spec. And you have like different implementations of this interface. Most likely in your clusters you run like Calico or Flannel or Cilium as CNI providers. So those CNI implementations, they create like an overlay network over your host network. And this overlay network provides a way to communicate, provides a way for communication for pods. And usually those overlay networks are created via creation of new virtual network interfaces on hosts, and then modification of IP tables or like eBPF injection rules that allow to forward traffic from one pod, one IP to another pod, another IP. That was like a very quick introduction to Kubernetes architecture, and I managed hopefully to highlight some attack surfaces we will target in our Kubernetes hacking demos. But what could go wrong when it comes to Kubernetes security? Let's take a look at Kubernetes top 10 risks. Who knows OWASP? Yeah, quite many hands raised up. So OWASP stands for the Open Web Application Security Project. This is this non-for-profit organization which aims at increasing security awareness among developers. And they started with web applications, but they moved on to new technologies as well. And they publish those top 10 security risks for various technologies for many, many years. But in 2022, for the first time, they published this top 10 security risk list for Kubernetes. And this is like hit parade. So let's take a look at chart toppers. Number one here is insecure workload configuration. So basically how you configure your workloads deployed in Kubernetes clusters. So usually it's about root user, writable file systems, privileged mode, and any extra configuration that allows to access any resources from the underlying hosts, like for example host network, host volumes, etc. And this is like the main number one source of any security vulnerabilities. Usually it's related to K4, like of centralized policy enforcement. So basically, if you don't have any way to reject a misconfigured workload in your Kubernetes clusters, most likely it means that you are like open to some exploits. Also, usually we have problems with K7, missing network segmentation controls. I told you about this flat network security model. If you run like multiple workloads, separate workloads in the same Kubernetes clusters, issue in one workload can lead to a compromise in another one. And also secrets management failures. You need to remember that your Kubernetes secrets are not encrypted. They are only encoded. So basically once someone, most likely malicious hackers, get access to your Kubernetes secrets, they can read them like in plain text. So that's also very important. And popular aspects like misconfigured cluster components or outdated and vulnerable Kubernetes components. That happens very often also, however less likely when you have like managed Kubernetes in clouds. Although it's always worthwhile to keep an eye on updates and what versions of Kubernetes and applications you are running inside your clusters. Okay, so let's move to the fun part. Like it's gonna be like 101 in Kubernetes hacking. So mostly basic techniques, but hopefully it will open your eyes and show you the danger how a series of simple misconfigurations can lead to a compromise of your entire cluster. So I have this demo application and I will need your help here. This demo application is available at jnation.yonlabs.com. You can scan a QR code and I have a kind ask to you. Please register a new account, log in and wait to be hacked. My objective here is to hack your accounts and learn your secrets. I give you like a moment to scan QR code. You can go also to my ex-Twitter account, Yon Labs. There is a link available there as well. And this is the application. This is like very simple web application. Obviously use a nickname. Do not reuse any of your real passwords. Those could be leaked during our demos. And let's log in. And Okay, I was to say that I will wait for you to register, but I'm already seeing new accounts, so I do have some accounts waiting to be hacked. Thank you. So let me move to my evil server. This is a server from which I will do all the hacking. And basically, this server is in the same private network as our target Kubernetes cluster. What's the first thing the hackers do once they get some first foot inside? It's usually some sort of reconnaissance. They use tools like Nmap just to scan open ports to see what's available, so some sort of reconnaissance. Here we are using, we know that we are targeting Kubernetes clusters, so let's use a dedicated tool and scanner for that. That's kubectl. And just like kubectl, kubectl is a wrapper which allows to access this REST kubelet API I mentioned before. So here I'm scanning my private network just to search open kubelet APIs. I'm scanning only like a small side range. Why? Because I don't want it to take too long. We do have limited time. And surprise, surprise, we do have an open kubelet API here. So if this is kubelet API, we know this is like REST API. So basically, let's use curl here and connect to it. Basically, I will use pods endpoint just to see all the pods. And I just need to filter them and see what's available. Okay, so those are all the pods running on this node. What can I do more here? Basically, this kubectl. So kubectl has several options. And for scan, we can scan for RCE, remote code execution, or for tokens, so like any tokens I could get access to in a given node. This would mean like privilege escalation in case of like some tokens which have like some service accounts which have like higher privileges. So that's one attack vector. However, this time I will target and search for like remote code execution inside our pods. What remote code execution means in this context? Basically, it means that I can execute, that there is a shell available and I can execute any command inside this shell of a pod. So I'm scanning my my server cube and this node to find RC pods which allow for RCE. And I do see some pods here. One more thing here is you see that this Kubernetes cluster is running Calico CNI, and by default Calico allows to execute commands, so it allows for shell and command execution inside a pod. But I'm targeting my demo application. So I do see two pods at least related to my demo or even more. So one is demo web, demo server, backend, and Redis here. So let's take a look at this demo server. So I want to run like first who am I inside this pod. Okay, let me do that, and I need to provide a lot of parameters. Oh, lucky me, I'm root here. So that's very fortunate. And what can I do more here? So basically, now I would like to get access and to have like more comfortable working environment here. So what can I do here? Basically, once a hacker sees like a remote code execution, they go for a reverse shell. What is a reverse shell? Basically, if you have a remote server and you want to connect to this remote server from your client machine, you SSH to this machine, you provide credentials, and you are given a shell. A reverse shell is the other way around. So instead of a client machine connecting to a remote server, this is a remote server connecting to a client machine. This way we are bypassing this credential step. I want to get this reverse shell inside this pod to see and to have more comfortable working environment. So I need a reverse shell. To connect from inside a pod to my client machine, evil server, so I need some process to listen on my evil server. So I have the second session here. I will run ncat just to listen on this 4.4 port. And here in my second terminal, I will connect to my evil server on this port 444, and I will expose shell, execute shell. Okay, connection received, we are in. So basically we are inside this pod now. So again, some sort of a reconnaissance. Who am I? I know I'm root. This is not like fully interactive shell, so it has some limited capabilities, especially when it comes to like command history or like streams. I don't have access to standard error. I have only access to standard output. However, I can work around this and see what's going on here. I do see that this pod is not in privileged mode. I don't see like mounts characteristics to this privileged mode. I can see what's listening here. We do see one process listening on port 1990. So it would be good, for example, to sniff traffic here. However, for traffic, I need like, for packet sniffing, I need like TCP dump. Do we have this one? No, we don't. Here this redirect is because we don't have access to standard error, so I wanted to see like an error message here. We don't have TCP dump, but we are root, and the question is does this pod have writable file system? If this pod has a writable file system, we can install what we want. So, for example, TCP dump. Touch write tests. Yes, this is like writable file system. So let's give it a try and let's install TCP dump here. Okay, it looks like it's been installed. So now let's make use of it. And let's listen and sniff traffic on a 1990 port. Now I need your help here. Please refresh the pages in my demo web app. And here I see some traffic coming in. So thank you so much for the cooperation. And let's see what's coming here. So we see this authorization bearer token. So those looks like JWT tokens. And let's see if that's right, that this is probably the token from our application. Yes, that's correct. You see that this application uses JWT tokens based on the look of a token. So let's try to replace my token with one of yours and see what happens here. So just copy it and let's refresh the page and test 1, 2, 3. You've been hacked. Are you here? Thank you. That was very effective cooperation. What have we seen here? First of all, let's take a look at Kubelet API docs. So we've seen this open Kubelet API, and those are the defaults. Those are the snippets from Kubernetes documentation, and you see that anonymous auth is defaulted to true, and authorization mode defaults to always allow, which basically means full access. It's not that bad as it looks here. Why? Because though this open kubelet API is only when those defaults apply only when you install Kubernetes by hand. Usually when you use managed Kubernetes in clouds, those have secure defaults, or if you use like proven installation method, like some framework or tool like kubeadm, you are good. Those usually have secure defaults. On the other hand, if you have like some custom Kubernetes installation, bare metal installation with some custom installation procedure, it's worthwhile to check out your configs whether or not they allow for this open kubelet API. And we had a bunch of misconfigurations on a container level. We had this writable file system. You see that once you have a writable file system, and a hacker or malicious employee gets access to your pod, they can install whatever they want. So running as root is also like a no-no. Exec into container, quite a few tools available which made this reverse shell possible. But still the root cause would be writable file system. Another issue is like networking. We observe unencrypted traffic inside a cluster. So even though when you take a look at the link to connect to the web application, you see HTTPS. But this HTTPS connection ends on a load balancer here. And inside a cluster, it's all like plain traffic. So I don't remember how many times, but it was, believe me, many times I had this talk with junior DevOps or software engineers that we were arguing whether or not to encrypt traffic inside the cluster. Yes, if you have like any sensitive data and you care about security, you need this defense in depth principle, and you need to have multiple security mechanisms implemented, and encryption is one of them. And another perhaps more subtle issue is open egress to internet. So basically, I was able to download TCP and install TCP dump. I see a hand raised, but perhaps let's leave all the questions to the end. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. So be careful about like open access to the internet, because you see, this is like not a single vulnerability. It's a series of simple misconfigurations. Okay, let's move to demo 2 now. And this second demo, it makes use of a different application deployed in the same cluster. And basically, this is a simple hello application. I type my name and it responds like, hello, Patricia. But what if I type something like that? If I try to execute remote code here, I'm in. That's the response is www-data. So basically it suggests that underneath there is HTTPD server, because www-data is a default user for HTTPD server. So we have a remote code execution in another workload running in the same cluster. So it's like I'm a one-trick pony. So let's go for reverse shell again, right? So here, let me see the IP of my evil server. So you know that I need this NC process running on my evil server. And here I will try to construct a remote code execution to connect via NCAT to my evil server. So I need this one. Okay, connection received, and that's very handy. And you see that I'm in. Let me double check, who am I? www-data, that's very handy. I do see mounts here, and here you see those mounts suggest that we are in this privileged mode. But what can I do here? But I'm only www-data user, I'm not root here. So let's scan our network. And I have a cheat sheet for this one to make it a little bit easier. So I will scan open ports and I will target on only like a subset of the network, because otherwise it would take too long time. And I'm looking for this 6379 port open. And yeah, surprise, surprise again, right? You didn't expect that. So we do have an open port and it points to Redis server. So and that's this demo Redis server. So basically this is most likely for our demo application. What's going on here? We have this open and flat networking model here. And we see that we can connect to this Redis server. Let's make use of those Redis commands to see if actually we can execute them. So this is just like ping command, echo command, so it checks the connectivity. Yes, we are in and we can connect to Redis. We can see all values stored in Redis. So let's do them. We don't see anything here. So I have another ask to you. Please log out and log in again. Why? Because if you know a little bit about JSON Web Tokens, you know that with those tokens, if you want to implement a logout option in your application, and you should care about that because any secure application should provide a way to terminate a session for a user. So you need to have some logout option. And with JSON Web Tokens, you have a problem because there is no way to invalidate JSON Web Tokens. So usually how it is implemented on the server side, that unfortunately the state strikes back and you need some storage for invalidated tokens. Usually applications use like short-term storage for those tokens, so Redis is a good fit for those tokens. And basically those invalidated tokens are stored in some sort of invalidated store. Once user wants to log in or uses a token, this token is checked against the store whether it's been invalidated or not. Okay, so I do have a bunch of tokens here, and my suspicion is that this is the store used for invalidated tokens. So I could reuse one of those tokens, but I need to first delete one of them, delete from the store. And then I could safely reuse them. So let me delete and prepare a command to delete it. Okay, it's been deleted. Let me grab it and let's try to use it in our application then. Let me refresh. And Tudor, you've been hacked. Are you here? Yeah, thank you. And congrats. You see that remote code execution in one Kubernetes deployment could lead to a compromise in another workload running in the same cluster. So we had a couple of issues here. Obviously, RCE being one of them. Another one was missing network segmentation. So via this hello application with RCE, we could easily connect to another namespace in Kubernetes where our demo application was deployed into. So that's a problem. We shouldn't allow that, and we should apply network policies to avoid those kind of issues. Or even if you have very sensitive workloads, you could think like to segregate them and deploy into separate Kubernetes clusters. Again, on the container level, we had quite few tools available. Reverse shell was possible, and again, anonymous access to Redis. In our demo, it served as a store for invalidated tokens. So even though it's inside your kind of protected cluster, you see that like 1 foot in, and we can like work out our way farther and farther. Okay, so now it's time for our third demo. Let's get back to my evil server. Let's switch to user John Doe. this user John Doe has like a limited permission in our cluster. They have access to the cluster. They can execute some commands, but only limited permissions. So let's check out what permissions this user has, and again, a little bit of cheating, and I know the namespace I'm interested in. So basically, this user has permissions to deploy to deployments, pods, and pods exec. So that's very handy because when we have this access, we could, for example, try this one. So we could deploy this handcrafted pod, which is deployed in privilege mode and has host PID set to true. Obviously, it runs in as root because we haven't set any other user here. So by default, it's root. And we are trying to schedule this pod on a control plane here. So let's apply this manifest. Oops, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I have this one running, already running, you see, unchanged. So let's try to exec into this pod. And I just want to have some shell. You see that I'm at the moment on this pod. And what can I do here? If I'm in a privileged mode and I have host PID set to true, this means that I have access to all the processes running on this host, and specifically I'm interested in this process number one because this is like an init process, and I could enter the namespace of this process and or rather all namespaces, because if you know a little bit about Linux security, you know that it's based on namespaces. So basically, if you have like some sort of container on your Linux machine, this is basically a different namespace. So to escape a pod and escape to node, I need to change my namespaces to one of those of the underlying host. So this number one process is a good target because this is like the main process there. So I'm trying to execute bash in the names and enter the namespace of our init process. And you see here, now I'm on the node. So basically, I have full access to what's running on the node together with volumes, even though the volumes were not mounted. So basically, now I'm, at the moment, I'm on the host. I'm still interested in this, in the processes, but I'm interested specifically in etcd. I do see etcd here running, and what I'm interested in is like, I'm interested in this one because basically it says what data there, all the information are stored. This is a key value store, but it has the snapshots on the disk as well. So I am on the host, so I can just access its CD. And basically here I see all the etcd data, and I can read the database, the key value store, just like that using strings command, which shows me like the content of a binary file in a string format. So I've already mentioned that I'm interested in secrets here. Yeah, again, lucky me, I do see some secrets. So let me grab and see a little bit more on our demo secret. Okay, I do see our full secret here. So that JWT secret key. So let's take a look here. Again, I will log in as Patricia, and I will show you the content of our JSON Web Token. So basically here there's this token uses HS256 algorithm. This is a symmetric algorithm. So basically to generate a new token, I need this secret key. And lucky me, I've got this secret key here. So surprise, surprise, let's try to generate a new secret here. This set of claims usually somehow represents a user's identity, and usually that's a subject claim that's responsible for user ID, something like that. So let's switch it to lucky 7. And that should be my new token. And let's try to use it. And Batatina, you've been hacked. Thank you. So you've seen like root combined with privileged and host PID allowed me to escape to node. So we had also a problem that even though I was a user with limited permissions, I still was able to create this unsecure workload pod, which allow me to get access to cluster and then escape to node. So, here we are lacking some sort of centralized policy enforcement, some admission webhook, which could reject misconfigured workloads. And obviously, secret management failure, you see demo secret is not encrypted, it's only encoded, so we need to account for that as well. You've seen a couple of issues here, and that's only like the tip of an iceberg. I could go on and on Kubernetes details, but hopefully you've seen like a series of simple misconfigurations can lead to a compromise of an entire cluster. We managed to escape to node, so basically the sky is the limit. At that moment, we could do anything we want. We need to keep in mind the Swiss cheese security model is not like only about one layer of security. It's about like those Swiss cheese slices. So to cover the holes in one slice, we need like many slices. And it's not about like having 100% guarantees that hackers won't get to our clusters. It's not possible. But it's like making it easier for us good guys to see and detect any threats or attempts of attack early on and make it like worse for bad guys to get into our clusters. And we need to remember that a fool with a tool is only a fool. So we as DevOps software engineers, we need to use our tools wisely. So we need to understand how they work underneath and what security measures we need to apply to make them better and more secure. There is like many continuous paradigms in software development. You know, continuous integration, you know, continuous delivery. I often talk about continuous refactoring to make our code better. But the fundamental paradigm here is continuous learning. So we need to keep educating ourselves. And basically, that's what conferences are all about, right? So let's keep learning together at JNation. Thank you for such an effective cooperation. And feel free to grab me during a break and ask any questions, yes?
So, great. I have a couple of questions, but the first one that I raised the hand was regarding the SSL termination. So you suggested not to do it on the load balancer or the ingress or something like that, but inside the pod, correct?
Sorry, could you please repeat?
The SSL termination, where do you terminate the certificate? Your suggestion was to have the traffic encrypted even though it's coming to the pod.
Yeah, so basically I don't suggest to terminate SSL client-customer session inside a pod because I'm only saying about that all internal traffic should be encrypted. So you could have like this HTTPS client session termination on some load balancer, but still you need like some internal traffic to be encrypted as well. So use some sort of HTTPS or any other encryption depending on a protocol you use. So it's not only about termination of SSL far inside the traffic because it's not always possible, especially if you have a set of microservices working together, but it's all about encryption of all internal traffic as well.
Yeah. Great, so where do you store the certificate or whatever it is, the private key or public key or whatever you use to decrypt the traffic? Because if you store it again in the pod, for instance, a malicious hacker, if they executed a remote shell in the pod, they will receive the encrypted traffic but with the TCP dump, but they can also have the certificate because they are inside the pod and still decrypt it by themselves.
It depends. You could make, well, obviously, if you are inside a pod, it's difficult. But here, you see that I've used like I could use like I've used TCP dump on this pod, and basically, once you are on a pod, it's difficult to protect if you have access to a private key. You could limit this access, avoiding mounting private keys inside pods, and instead of mounting as secrets or volumes, you could use some tools like Vault to read it only on the application level. Still, it could be a skilled hacker could be able to like get access to that, like memory dumps and that kind of stuff, but it's not like a perfect security, but you are making it more difficult.
Yeah, my concern is that maybe you're making security to obscurity, so a skilled hacker can still be able to decrypt the traffic, but you make it harder for your developers because they need to maintain keys here and there.
Nope. Nope. It's not only about definitely that's not security by obscurity. It's all about, in case of unencrypted traffic, the case I showed you was on the same node. So I could get access to, for example, a private key in some way. But it's not only, this traffic not only goes through the node where the private key sits, right? It goes through all the other machines and hops through many like internal points. And if you don't use encryption, then you have a plain traffic which could be sniffed at any point. So definitely that's not security by obscurity. And yeah, security comes with a price. It's not super user friendly and it makes our developers' lives much more complicated in several cases. So it's about also tooling to make it easier. We are running out of time, so we could take our discussion to the break, and happy to discuss any more questions if you have.
Okay, sorry. Can you talk a little bit, please?
1, 2, 3. I'm going to sing a song today. Damn it, where is my stuff? I hate when I can't find my stuff. All right, you are all my new best friends for being here in this room. Maybe we should have a disco party instead. I can change up the music. Okay, so my name's Vincent Mayers. I am a Java champion, a jug leader of the Atlanta Java user group in Atlanta, USA. I'm not from Atlanta, USA. I'm from London. You'll probably notice by my accent. But I've lived in Atlanta for many years. I wanted on the microprofile steering committee, and I'm a conference organizer. But I'm not a software engineer, okay? And I just play one on TV. And why I say that will become apparent a bit later on. So the title for this talk comes from the title of this book by Greg Mortensen and David Relin, 3 Cups of Tea. And the backstory here is Greg was a climber or a mountaineer in the Himalayas. He was climbing on K2, which is the 2nd highest mountain in the world, and he fell, he was injured, and he was nursed back to health by this Balti tribe in the Balti village in the Pashtun region where they were. And he was there for some months because he was seriously hurt. And one day when he was recovering, he saw some children outside of one of the houses just kind of like scratching in the dirt. And he sent to his host, I mean, are they playing? Well, he said, no, that's their school. They're scratching their lessons in the sand. This is their school. And he was so impacted by this and so grateful for the hospitality of this village that he decided that he wanted to build a school in this village for the children. But then he realized that he had to build a bridge over the river to get materials to the village to build the school. Fast forward some years, and this started a huge global nonprofit, Greg did, to build schools in this high Hindu Kush region of the world, specifically for girls. In that culture, in that Muslim culture, girls' education is not the most important thing, but that's what he wanted to focus on. And he actually, he worked, this is the time during the whole conflicts in Afghanistan, and he worked in conjunction with the Taliban leaders to make this happen. And for some time, this book was required reading for all the allied military commanders in the region because it gave such an insight into the culture of the people. Now, at the start of this book, there's a quote, okay? And it says, in Balti, in Pashtun culture, the first cup of tea that you have with someone, you're a stranger. The second cup of tea you have with that person, you're a friend, or a guest, rather. And the third cup of tea you have with someone, you are family, all right? So what I want to do now is start with the importance of the number 3, okay? It has huge bearing on all our lives. In religion, in Christianity, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost as the 3 main elements. In Buddhism, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. In Hinduism, the Brahma, the Vishnu, and Shiva are the 3 main kind of tenets. In mythology, Norse mythology, you had Niflheim, Muspelheim, and Ginnungagap. Niflheim being the land of ice, Ginnungagap being the land of fire, and if anyone's seen kind of Thor, you'll know these terms, and Muspelheim, which is the gas in between them. In Greek mythology, you have Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades as the kind of 3 main actors. And in Egyptian mythology, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Okay? Literature. Aladdin had 3 wishes. There were 3 bears. There were 3 elven rings. You starting to see a trend? In science, observable matter is made up of a solid, a liquid, and a gas under stable conditions. In biology, there are 3 nucleotides that determine the genetic code of Java. That should be anything. Thank you, autocorrect. The perception of color in your retina relies on 3 types of cone cell in the retina. And those are short, medium, and long, and they are green, red, and blue. Right, I get the number 3 is important, so what? Let's just revisit this quote for a second. The first time you share tea, you're a stranger. The second time you take tea, you're not a guest. And the third time you have a tea, you're a family, all right? Let's wind up what's into looking at community now and how this impacts, all right? Early communities, around 10,000 BC, three main drivers, and Vinicius alluded to some of this in the keynote. The three main drivers that people had were food, shelter, and security. Fast forward a bit to the Neolithic times, and then agriculture and domestication of animals and more stability became more important. Around the classical era, 500 BC, in Grecian society, you saw concepts like democracy, the rise of city-states, and the concept of civic duty become the three main tenets of that society. In the Han Dynasty in China, you saw because of the opening of the Silk Road to trade from east to west, west to east, you saw the advancements in global trade, okay? You saw advancements in technology. The first ever seismograph and wheelbarrow were attributed to this time in the Han Dynasty. And you saw advances in art. Porcelain and paper were invented during this period in the Han Dynasty. Medieval and early modern times. Okay, in Europe, you saw concepts of feudalism, manualism, and religion that underpinned everything in society. Manneralism, where the lord of the manor, the earl, the duke, would have knights and serfs fighting, working for him. Sounds like a racket, really. And then they would fight other castles, feuds. And religion underpinned all this. Early modern times, the rise of nation states, mainly due to, and colonization and industry, mainly due to advances in transportation technology, because people could travel around the world. As Vinicius pointed out this morning, the Portuguese went to Brazil because they had bigger ships, right? They could get further. Speaking of bigger ships, let's do a quick what if. The Ming voyages around 1500, in the 15th century, okay, they had 140 meter ships that were developed by an Admiral Hang Zi. And these ships sailed from China to the east coast of Africa. They did some trade there. Imagine what our society would look like. Kind of like imagining what it would be like if we had electricity 1,000 years ago. What would our society look like if the Chinese had managed to circumnavigate the world at that time and traded globally with these huge ships? I think there might be a little bit more Chinese influence in our lives. Contemporary societies around the 19th century, more physical now, more physical communities, again, fueled by advances in transportation technology, because that led us to suburbanization. People could live further from where they worked because they could drive or travel to work. And you saw a rise in diversity because people can move from other societies and other countries to come in these communities, to live in these communities. And now where we are, online for the most part. Okay, we have shared interests in communication and the various rules and norms that govern those, that underpin our online worlds. Now, take a look back to this primitive times where shelter, food, and security were most important, and take a little bit of an intellectual leap of faith. Okay, so map shelter to shared interests, and food to communication, and security to rules. And what, if anything, has changed in the last 10,000 years, or are we just this person in a cave with a laptop? Okay. Let's take a quick look at this one, the security and the rules and norms. So, inclusivity is very important for us in our online world and our in-person world. Okay, Javas of conduct. See, what I did here was I replaced code with Java in my slide deck, and I didn't check it. The Javas of conduct, the codes of conduct. We have one here at JNation. But what we have here is this multicolored, multi-abled, multi-gendered group of people. But what can tend to happen when you're trying to become inclusive is you become selectively exclusive. You can see here all the kind of greens have gathered together. This is something that we need to watch for. I've seen this happen in tech communities, like, worldwide, where you have groups of people that gather with shared interests, and they're all very inclusive, but then certain groups will get, gather together within those, and they kind of become exclusive. You have to watch for this. There's a, who's heard of Peter Gabriel? Thank you for making me feel, oh, Monsieur, gracias, bon dia. No, obrigado. Sorry, that's the extent of my Portuguese. I'm dating myself, but there is an album, dating myself there as well, by a live album by Peter Gabriel, very imaginatively called Peter Gabriel Plays Live. And there's a song there called Not One of Us. And I think it illustrates this point beautifully. And in talking about, in the intro to the song, Peter says, this is a song about groups of people that makes themselves into smaller groups in order to feel strong but excluding others. Okay? We're very social animals, okay? We all need human interaction, something that's been evidenced by the global health crisis that we all have. I try not to use the word pandemic, I don't like it. Global health crisis. Our interactions are vital for cognitive function and our development and our emotional support and our mental health, okay? Gartner states that this year, actually, less than 24% of all meetings will be in person. Who goes to in-person meetings these days? Nobody. There you go. And the employees seek value and purpose and from the workplace and mental stability more than anything else. Okay. So, is this anyone's first time at a conference? No? Good. You're outliers. Why that's important will become apparent later. Again, if this interaction is not provided by your workspace, you have to find ways to do it yourself. Especially in these days where clearly all of you are either working, who's working remote? Okay? And who works hybrid? And who goes back to the office? Okay, I'm missing some, but that's good. How do we do this in the context of our interest in technology? There's three main ways: through conferences, through tech groups, and through your teams. Okay. Now with conferences, the three main ways to accomplish this: through learning, through social interaction, and the motivation that comes with this. When you're here at a conference, you should have a singular focus. Who checks their work email while they're at the conference? Man, you guys are good. No, I saw that. I do it too, all right? Let's try not to do that, okay? You're here for a reason. Try and have that singular focus. Conferences give you new skills and new insights that you didn't have before, okay? It's important to do these things. The social aspect, the networking, the collaboration, the relationships that you build. There's who's familiar with a concept of the hallway track? Hallway track? We have tracks here in different rooms, all right? The hallway track are the conversations that you have between the sessions with someone that you've never met, right? Usually. Over lunch, over coffee, at the bar after maybe, and meet someone new. Inevitably your real world use case will come into conversation. Now this person that you meet, they may or may not have solved that, but they could have a perspective on it that changes your life, changes the way you think about that problem. And that, in and of itself, could be more valuable than any of the talks you went to for that whole day. Motivation, all right? There's a reason that the artists work they collaborate, they work in communes sometimes. It's because they feed off each other's creative energy. Okay, you might be working with some clay or another type of sculpture or drawing, and then you see a fine artist working in oils, and that's a really great concept that you're working on there. I love what you're doing. And then you bring that back into your own work. Okay, these are the same type of things that you can get with the technologies that we're all interested in. Talking to other people about how they're using various tools and for what for can make you think in different ways. They fuel your creativity, which gives you a renewed sense of purpose. Now, technical groups, all right? Is anyone aware, who knows about meetup.com? Meetup, okay. Maybe it's more a thing in the US, but it's where you can go to find groups of people who are interested in the same type of thing you are. Doesn't need to be tech, right? It could be like flower planting, okay, fishing, chess, who knows? Jugs, Java user groups. I talk about Java user groups because I'm a Java guy. And hackathons. Now, Meetup, the meetup.com platform has got over 1,300 groups that are somehow connected to the Java ecosystem in over 470 cities in over 80 countries worldwide. It's a huge resource for you. And I would encourage you, if you don't know this resource, go look at it. Okay, go find meetup.com. Find something in your locale. Find a group of people that have shared interests. Java user groups. Who goes to a Java user group? A few people? Good. Okay. Who in this room works in Java? More people than go to Java user groups, clearly. All right. Go to a Java user group. There are over 230 of these listed worldwide, okay, in over 200 cities and over 60 countries. They are an invaluable place to network, to meet people with similar interests, maybe meet your next hire, maybe find your next job. I personally have never ever gotten a job I've interviewed for. I've sent in a resume and gone through all the steps, and been the one that's offered. Never once in my life has that happened to me. It's always been through my interactions with conferences and jugs and out in the community. And then hackathons. Who's been to a hackathon? Is anyone? Okay. Good for you. I encourage you to go to hackathons. Here's why. So this is one in my hometown of Atlanta. It's called 48 and 48. And their mission is to build 48 websites for 48 non-profit companies in 48 hours. And it's phenomenal, right? So there's a venue, and people come in, they bring cots and beds, and the food comes in, and people with all kinds of skills gather for 2 days to knock out these sites. And yes, a lot of them are templatized, okay, to make it happen faster. You don't have to be a web developer or a product person or whatever to contribute at these things. Okay, you will all have perspective if you go to these things. It can help accomplish whatever the task is of the hackathon. And you will learn new things. Okay, you might not think it's relevant to your day job and the tech stack that you're using, but it will help you think in different ways. And then there's your team. Okay, who here works with other people? Pretty much everybody. All right, I get it. So even in today's world, there are things you can do. You can do off-site events, you can do lunch and learns, you can do you. Right? I'll explain that. It's more challenging when we're in this kind of hybrid and remote world to meet people for lunch. Okay? But it's not impossible. If you work for a large company, chances are, no matter where you live, there is somebody else that works for that company. Okay? Meet them for lunch. What else are you going to do for lunch? Eat a sandwich at your desk if you're working remote? Get out. They're in the same position you're in, right? They want to get out too. There's no reason why you shouldn't meet them. Have lunch with your team. If you're hybrid especially, there are going to be days when you are in the office. And yes, when we're back in the office, I know we're all on Zoom with people in other parts of the country and other parts of the world, but there are other people in the office. Socialize, eat together, go for drinks. Lunch and learns, all right? No matter how well you think you know the product or tool that you're using, the people that make this know it better. A lot of times I see companies buy this stuff and they turn it on and they're not using, but 20% of the functionality because they just don't know. Invite an expert in from one of your vendors. You can do this over Zoom too, by the way. Bring in someone from the community to teach you about something. Bring in someone from your local Java user group or DevOps user group or whatever, or JavaScript user group. Bring them in. But the most important thing is you. You have to take personal responsibility for this. No one's going to do this for you. Okay? Your manager isn't going to do it. You have to do it. But none of this is possible without consistency. Okay? Now, software engineers understand eventual consistency. Okay, and I'll read this. It's like, an update will eventually be reflected in all nodes that store the data, resulting in the same response every time that it's queried. This is from CeliaDB, all right? And there's, kind of diagrams like this about this with node A and node B, whatever. That looks a really boring diagram, right? I like this one, okay? where it says, I know it's hard right now, but we really need to finish testing the database. Okay. The system needs to guarantee eventual consistency. I mean, yeah, it does. Eventual consistency is guaranteed by the second law of thermodynamics. Sooner or later, it will all be a uniform heat bath, maximum entropy. Maximum entropy means no work will be done. I'm getting a head start on that right now. The problem I have with these statements is, will eventually, and sooner or later. You have to have intentional consistency to achieve anything meaningful in life, not just tech career, whatever, anything. And the thing about intentional consistency is it's really, really hard. And no one is going to do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. Now, there are some examples of this, okay? In athletics, you can all appreciate athletes. Again, three main tenets, right? They need to have superb technique, they have, great conditioning and strength, whatever, and they have to have the right mindset in order to become the best athlete they can be. At work, this is actually an example from one of the Java user group meetings we ran. I think this was 2019. Does it say it on there? I don't know. Yeah, no, 20 August. It doesn't say. I think it was 2019. When did Quarkus come out? Was that 2019? I think it was. So Burst Sutter from Red Hat was talking about Quarkus at this JUG meeting. And some months later, at another JUG meeting, I was talking to one of the community members, a lady, and she shared that she had just gotten a new job. And I said, oh, great, congratulations, how'd that happen? She says, well, I went to this interview, and, the manager said to me, do you know anything about Quarkus? Now, Quarkus wasn't part of the job description. It wasn't even in the tech stack that this group was using. But they were probably thinking about using it. And she said, I've never used it. But I was at a Java user group meeting some months ago, and they were talking about Quarkus, and it seems really interesting. Speeds up Java, blah, blah, blah. And then her manager shared with her after that she got the job because of that comment. She had a perspective. It wasn't the only reason. She was obviously clearly qualified, but that was the differentiator. Who has kids? Anyone? Kids? All right. With children, being intentionally consistent is super hard. All right? I mean, the support is given, but creating the boundaries and the habits that turn them from terrible beings into rational human beings is super hard to do all the time. Now, do you remember this guy? Right? Now, I'm not a software engineer, but I play one on TV. I've got a degree in pottery, right? What the hell am I doing here? In talking about, why I talked about those examples of athletics and about work and about kids, I can understand. I've lived this life, okay? I was this athlete. This is me at the 1993 World Championships in Italy. I spent years doing this, okay? I understand intrinsically how difficult it is to be intentionally consistent about training for these things, getting your technique right, getting your strength training right, having the right mindset. The mindset is half the battle when you're an athlete. With work, all right? I was a tech recruiter for a long time, and when in around about 2004, J2E was blowing up. Is anyone still using J2E? Thank God, no one raised their hands. So I wanted to sponsor the Atlanta Java user group. I wanted to meet people in the community, take my banner, take out my jobs to hand out, meet potential consultants, meet potential customers. So I started to go. And back then it was like, none of this PowerPoint stuff. It was just live coding, debugging on an IDE. That was hard for a non-technical person to sit through. Okay, but I understood the importance of understanding a tech stack because it made me better at my job as a recruiter. I was in London years previously, and around 97, the kind of enterprise tech stack in the banking industry was was C++ on Sybase databases with Power Builder front ends. Okay, so I remember going to a meeting once with some director, and I'm doing my sales pitch. I'm like, oh, we can provide you all these engineers. You know, they know C++, they know Sybase, they know Corber. He's like, stop. What's Corber? And I was like, well, it's Common Object Request Broker Architecture. And the tool that everyone uses right now is Orbix by Iona out of Dublin. And he was blown away that I knew this. I don't know what it does. It's messaging and stuff, orbs. I get that, but I don't know how to do it. But I understood the importance of understanding what it was and who made the tools that everyone uses. Anyway, I wanted to learn more about this Java stack that we were starting to really get into. You know, JT again was blowing up, and after a while, after some years, around 2008 or 9, I think, the guy that was running the Java user group left to move cities, and he asked me to join the board because I'm a business guy. So he said, "Well, can you join the board and be the business guy, be the CFO, run the handle the bank account and all this?" And then by default, because we were running a conference in Atlanta, DevNexus, I became the organizer of DevNexus. I've never run a conference before. How do we do this? Well, I guess we need a venue, and we need a contract, and we need to sell tickets, and we need sponsors, we need T-shirts, we need branding, blah, blah. The list is endless, right? But then I started to go to other conferences around the world and meet to see how they were run so I could make mine better for the community, okay? And then that led me to, fast forward a bit, to being nominated as a Java champion, because I'm a non-technical person that's heavily invested in the community. In fact, the qualifications, because I ran that program for a while at Oracle, you don't have to be a technical expert to be a Java champion. You just have to be, it's either that or you need to be heavily involved in the community. Bear that in mind. Anyone in this room can be a Java champion. You just have to have intentional consistency about your involvement in the community and your job. You don't have to write books or invent something. You just have to be intentional. And then fast forward a bit, MicroProfile, which is an Eclipse Foundation project, they wanted to move into the incubation phase so they could release MicroProfile 3, but one of the blockers to that was they had to have a steering committee and a working group. That's in the ESF kind of governance rules. And so they came to us, the Java user group, because we run an event and all this. We're a company, we're incorporated. And they needed, we became one of the corporate sponsors that founded this MicroProfile steering committee. So there I am. Now I'm a steering committee member for MicroProfile. Why? Because I enjoy this stuff, right? But I'm intentional about it. And these are my kids. I love them to death, but it's so hard. It's so hard, okay, again, to be consistent about the habits and the boundaries that you have to provide them. What has anything this has got to do with cups of tea, right? Let's look at this again really quickly. The first time you share tea, you're a stranger. The second time you take tea, you're not a guest. The third time you share a tea, you are family, all right? I want to talk about the bakery scenario. This is a very complex technical concept, the bakery scenario, right? Some years ago, I was traveling and I was in New York City, backpacking, no money, staying in a youth hostel. And underneath the youth hostel, there was a coffee shop, a bakery. So the first morning, go in. Can I have my cup of coffee, please? Here you go. Do you like my cat pictures? Every presentation should have cat pictures. Just bear that in mind. The second morning I go in. Oh, welcome back. Nice to see you again. Come in. The third morning. Oh, my friend, we just made a fresh baklava. Come in, sit down, enjoy, eat. It's for you. Whenever you meet somebody new in the context of doing something that you are both passionate about, for us it's a conference, it could be a book club, chess club, church group, whatever, it doesn't matter. The interactions usually start like this. It's a hi, a handshake, and a hug. But this can't all happen in the same day. It needs to happen over time. Just think about this in your lives when you've been in these situations where you've met somebody for the third time in a scenario where you're all doing something that you're passionate about. It usually goes this way. The community stuff for me, it gives a real sense of belonging, collaborating with others and also of giving back. I'm someone that, if you give me a gift, I'm really bad at receiving gifts, right? Here's a gift, I'm like, thank you, appreciate it. But I love to give gifts. I just adore giving stuff to people. It gives you so much more pleasure. So some takeaways, right? None of this happens by accident, all right? It all starts with you. No one's doing this for you. You have to be intentional. This is Hannes Einer. He's a German kayaker. This is the competition I did, or the sport I did. This is in the middle of winter, okay, in Augsburg, Germany. Training on, it's called the Ice Canal, for a reason, I guess. Ice Canal. Anyway, Hannes was an Olympic champion. Became an Olympic champion. It doesn't happen without this. Years of this, okay, to get to this. And you don't have to be an Olympic champion or the programmer that solves the world or invents the new thing. You just need to be the best version of yourself you can be. But it's not going to happen without being intentional. Enjoy, okay? This is a huge one. You've got to enjoy this stuff. Otherwise, why bother? So many of us are, we're doing things in life, not just work, where it's like, you just kind of rolling through. You don't really enjoy it, but it solves a problem at the time. The problem might be you've got to pay the rent or the mortgage. Try and get out of that cycle. Life's so much more meaningful when you get back to doing something that you imagine really enjoying what you do and solving the problem of the mortgage or the rent. Okay? Life's so much better. So, this is usually 3 cups of tea, or with us, it's something else, right? Anyway, that's what I got. Obrigado. Happy to connect. I'm terrible at Twitter. I don't do Twitter. Well, don't DM me on Twitter. But connect with me on LinkedIn, send me an email. I'm happy to collaborate, connect, help out in any way I can. All right. Any questions? Did I spell obrigado right? You got a question? You're just saying hi? Thumbs up? There you go, I'll take it. All right, thank you very much.
Well, I'm very happy that you're here, and you are in failure. It's not an option, it's a fact. And we will talk about that in a few minutes. So first of all, this slide. So my name is Ixchel Ruiz, and let me bring that back. So I'm a Java champion. You hear a slight accent. It's because I'm from Mexico, but I live in Switzerland. So that's how you can contact me. I'm a senior software engineer at Karakun, and I'm a Java champion. I'm a test container champion. So I do a lot of stuff. I have many, many interests, from server-side coding to testing to things that are more into how we work, team dynamics, etc., etc. And today, I'm going to present you one specific topic that is not so technical, but with a technical twist. So, failure. When I say that word, it has a lot of meaning into my life. And most of the emotions that actually bring down, in not only me, in many, many people, are negative ones. When we feel or when we hear the term failure, or when we think that we are losers, it's not a nice sentiment. It's so hard to deal with failure that in a way we have tried to avoid it in our lives. So we reject sometimes this feeling of failure. And a little bit of housekeeping. I will present you a lot of information. Most of my slides have a QR code, which is the reference of all the material that I'm going to present. And for example, in this TED Talk, John Bowers, which is one of the most interesting UPS trainers, drivers, he's saying that nowadays, we are so afraid of failure that we have created this culture of good enough. And he's saying this culture of good enough, it's killing people. So he's advocating for us to extract or actually move away from failure or accepting failure and to go and pursue perfection. So his TED Talk that I totally recommend you to see, it's about that. He's saying 1% of failure in my business costs lives. So that's why good enough is not enough for me. And he has this quote, and I find it interesting. He says that the problem with our culture is not that we have high expectations and we don't meet them, that we set up low expectations and we only thrive in them, and thrive with quotes. And the other feeling that I have seen when we are dealing with failure is that in the last years, we have created this sensation of failure and we have interiorized it. Before, and this is what Alan de Botton, who is a philosopher, and I also recommend his TED Talk, he's telling us that in the past, when we saw a person that was not, let's say it, poor or something like that, they were unfortunate people. When now we see people that are not in the best jobs, that are not earning enough money, instead of saying they are unfortunate people, we use the term losers. So now it seems like we are the drivers of our own lives, and if we are not the most rich or the most handsome or the most successful or the most, that sensation becomes part of our identity. So he's actually saying that our view on failure is becoming so dangerous in our daily life. And he's actually mentioning that sometimes we pursue this sense of success, or we buy things, or we consume things, or we set our goals, not because of the goal in itself, just because we need to have that sensation of we are making it right. And that also has a lot of problems. But when other people hear failure, they are happy. They're saying, we're not going to hire our next CTO unless it's coming from a start of failure, a string of starts of failures, because we want somebody that has failed failure and now is doing amazing things. And there's another TED Talk. I promise this is the last TED Talk that I recommend you today. And this is Astro Teller. Astro Teller works for the Moonshot Factory. And this is X, the parent of Google, and is trying to create, the most important projects, the most crazy projects that Google is trying, well, the parent of Google is actually trying to get. Their goal is to take the most interesting projects that affect the largest quantity of the population and try to solve it. So they were, for example, figuring out how to create balloons and to position different kind of network devices alongside the world. They were talking about vertical farming, but high volume vertical farming. And he's saying, how do we actually manage projects at X in the Moonshot Factory? Every single day, all teams are asking themselves, how can we kill our project? That is how they start their day. And if one team is able to kill their project that day, they get vacations. They get a bonus. They get a round of applause during their day in their company. So they celebrate failure, and they're preparing the people that work in this particular company for failure. They want people that celebrate and thrive in failure, but they make it really safe to fail. So I have shown you a little bit with 3 talks about different perspectives of failure. And that was the problem that I had. Like sometimes we celebrate failure, sometimes we reject failure, and in IT we have our own flavor of failure. So at project level, how do we do projects? How successful are we in IT? Well, in this particular paper by the Harvard Business Review, these 2 authors actually tried to measure how risky were our IT projects. I mean, from estimation to execution, are we in budget? Are we delivering with the right specification of features? Well, turns out that IT projects are the black swans. Because not only we are rarely on time, we are rarely on budget, and we rarely deliver what is important or what we promised that we were going to deliver, not only that, it's difficult to estimate. I mean, the average schedule overrun of thousands of projects, because this is a very interesting study based on, I think, 4,000 different projects alongside the world, 70% were overrun. 20% were overrun in costs. So you could say, like, add an extra, add a buffer, add 30% of your budget. The problem with that idea and IT projects is that they don't follow a linear behavior. And that's why that's what the author says. IT projects are black swans. So 1 in 6 is totally going to blow up the budget. So there is no an easy fix to budget correctly. And you can say to me, Ixchel, that particular study was in 2011. Well, they did revise it in 2022. So it's the same authors. And in this case, they come up with several findings. I will tell you one of the findings, but not the second one, because I really want you to read this particular paper. So in 2022, they said, you know what? Remember when we said that it was difficult to model how IT projects behave? Well, now they defined the formula to do that. And in those 10 years, with Agile, with more teams developing software, with better engineers, you would say we're better at, at planning projects. I'm sad to report that that's not the case. We haven't improved a lot. So for example, this is data from the US Department of Defense in 2020. Only 35% of the projects that they were running were inside the budget. The rest, they were already running. And for example, this is from a study by McKinsey and the VT Center of Engineering from Oxford, where they also are analyzing, let me see, I have here. They were checking a project spending of $37 billion, and they were already 45% of them over the budget. So we're not doing better. One of the findings of this particular paper is that they have a specific formula for representing this kind of overrun. And this is a tail fail, and it is power law distribution. That's how IT projects behave. And this is the teaser. And they also figure it out. What is the specific risk factor for IT projects overrunning their budget? But I'm not going to tell you which one it is. So please read that specific paper, and it's really interesting because, as I said, they model how IT projects behave in terms of budgeting, but also it will tell you what is the problem with our designs. So now, failure at the development level. This is easy. Every single day I hear this, and I hear it even more often because I love testing. I have been talking about testing for so long, and there is one particular project that I love. And who has here used test containers? Man, that's great, but I hope next year it's the entire room. That's it has been my favorite project for some years, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, have a look. So in testing, we always say, fail fast, fail often. Do not trust a test that you haven't seen fail first. And we know testing is super important. So we go back to how I felt. Failure is good, failure is bad, we celebrate failure, we reject failure. So what should be our reaction? I mean, my personality is make a decision, Excel. Are you celebrating? Are you hating it? And this ambivalence make me wonder, well, maybe the problem is not if I'm pro-failure or pro-success or against failure or against success. Maybe the problem with me is that there are different types of failures, because not every single failure is the same. So what do we mean by failure? And, oh my God. And I'm so sorry for this. It should be more for you to, actually, I'm not sorry. Because this is the etymology of the word failure. And I don't expect you to read it because at the end of the day, I don't care if you know how it's pronounced in Greek or in Sanskrit or any other language. But what I wanted to point out with this particular slide is, at the beginning, the first definition of failure was something like a lie, like an incredible bad experience that you felt. But in a revised version of the etymology of the word, the original or the spirit of this word was more about a stumble. So the spirit of this word at the beginning was not about something that you fail, you are in a position of disadvantage. The spirit was saying, you stumble, but you didn't even fall into the ground. So it was a very episodic thing. It was not deterministic. Well, it was deterministic, but not, let's say it like that, a final state. So I want you to keep that in mind. Failure had never a connotation that was so tragic. And then I found this particular issue on the Harvard Business Review. This is in April 2011. And they created a full issue on failure. So not only about the definitions, about the types, how different companies have leveraged failure. And there is one specific article and later on book with Amy Edmondson. And she's talking about the different kinds of failure. And she's saying that we can detect 3 types of failures: the preventable ones, the complex related, and the intelligent one. And there are positive failures. So the first one is the preventable failures. And think like, these are the failures that you don't want to make. We already know how things work. It's a process that can be automated. There is nothing to learn here. So for example, if you have or you commit a failure here, there's nothing to be gained. So that's the one that you have to avoid. The next failure is the complex related failure, where she says, there is a moment in any system or any circumstance that you cannot check or foresee all the combinations. There's something new, and you cannot prepare for all the possible scenarios, all the different complexities, even all the matrix of possibilities, so you cannot prepare for that. And it wouldn't be cost effective to do that. So she's saying here what we can benefit or what we can leverage here is to have, for example, checklists. Checklists that verify that the best practices are being taken, that you have a solid foundation, that in case something unexpected happened, at least you're going to fail gracefully. That's the idea. And then finally, this is the failures that we should celebrate. This is the failures that we should look for. These are the failures that are putting us into the new learning patterns. We are breaking with our comfort zone. We're trying to create a new drug. We're trying to create a new feature for our application. We're trying to figure out something new. These are the ones that the industry and the academic says that these are the intelligent failures. And this is another interesting model of failure. When they say, we usually are here in a comfort zone success, and then we try to explore, because we are not moving. We are already where we wanted to be. And when we start to explore and when we'll try to wow, that was a good effect. I touched the wall and that vibrates. That was confusing. Okay, so yeah, that's like, oh my God, this is some powers. Okay, anyway, so you explore and then you fail because you're trying something totally new. And then you learn something, and then you are again in the success part. You try something different, and you fail, and you try, and you learn, and you adapt, etc., etc. So now we're seeing that success and failure have this very intertwined relationship. And this brings me to the models. There's another book that I totally recommend you. This is the Failures File, the Perspective on Failures. And this was created after a project called The Glory of Failure. And there was a conference like this one in 2009 with the Royal Society of Arts created this project because somebody mentioned failure, and suddenly from different dimensions, of from different industries, different professions, people start talking about failure. And it was so much the material that they decided to edit and compile this particular book. And it is fantastic. So in this particular book, they actually tell us about that. They are interconnected and they are part of our cycle of continuous growth and improvement. And this is the model that I already showed you. The other thing that I mentioned is that failure, it's a lot of things. Failure is natural, it's universal, it's inevitable. And this is, according also to the book, the DNA of a failure. What is important to mention is that not all the words that they use for referring or defining failure are negative. Because failure is also showing us where to go and which things do not do ever again. And I want to mention this one because there is a specific example that everybody knows, even if they don't know that they know. Does anybody know why Final Fantasy is called Final Fantasy? I'm talking about a video game. Well, Final Fantasy has several chapters, if you know, because I don't remember which one is the last one. And it's called Final Fantasy because the company was going to kill the project. So they decided to call it the Final Fantasy. I mean, after X amount of days, the company is going to be closed. So the developers decided to have fun. This is our goodbye. This is the last thing we're going to do. And what happened with Final Fantasy? It was so successful that it continued for I don't know how many versions. The last one that I played was 13 or something like that. So when we remove that pressure of trying to achieve success, sometimes we are so free of that failure can become our best teacher, the best place to learn, to try, and even to have fun. The other thing that I mentioned is that this is the basic eco cycle of failure and success. So you are in success, you want to improve, you want to learn, you reach failure because you are exploring, you're trying something new. And the only way to make that again a success is by learning or adapting. Because nowadays, we are also glorifying failure and success. I have heard and listened and talked to a lot of people that usually say, well, I'm failing. Now, the next step should be success. Like, by just failing, you get into this success path. And it's not true. Between success and failure, yes, they're interconnected, but what is between them is the learning and the adapting. Now, and this seems very straightforward, logical, and common sense. But turns out that learning from our mistakes is not so easy. And there is one specific problem. The size of the success affects us. If the failure or the size of the failure affect our learning mechanisms. For example, if the failures are too big, we get this negative reaction and we don't learn. So in that particular paper, the authors are asking or suggesting organizations and individuals saying how or what is the best strategy to do that. And what they are saying is if you fail small, you can learn faster, you can apply all these lessons and you move forward. And then the first question that you should be asking is, how do you fail small? That was my first question. I mean, everything is contextual. So the first thing that I say is that there is actually a moment between failure and success that you are not doing either. And this is the acceptable performance. So they suggest you to consider these 2 points in whatever you are doing that brings you this sense of failure, and realize that the best place to start learning is this. So you are diminishing your sensation of failure to the bare minimum, and so you don't have any of the negative factors to improve your learning experience. The other thing that, as I said, is how do you know which is a small failure? And they had a graph, and they have a formula, so how cool is that? But the point here is that how do you measure? And they are saying, well, there is a point where the losses of whatever your decision was is so high that you're going to feel miserable or you're going to block yourself. And there is an amount of room where the losses are acceptable. And this is the sweet spot where you can move around and say, from that point of view, this is my threshold. From here on, I don't accept continue in this direction. But from here, from this point to this one, I can still try, push my limits, and use that information for learning. What are the problems that we face when we try to learn? There are psychological factors, technical and social barriers, contextual factors, and failure characteristics. And yes, my slides are going to be available online because it's a lot of information, I know. So between the psychological factors is the negative emotional response. We feel like a failure, we feel depressed. There is the cognitive bias, the attribution and escalation of, and I totally forgot there, the attribution of process. And the cognitive bias is, there are people that even in the face of something that it's measurable, they still say, nah, this is not a problem. And the escalation is when your bosses say, like, it's not that we're not doing the right thing, we don't have the right people or the right amount of people. That's the other bias. The technical and social barriers, sometimes the technical barrier is that the problem that we're trying to analyze is too complex and we don't understand the system. And the social barriers is usually the blame culture. We don't have in our organizations this environment where we said what went wrong, instead we say who was wrong. So that is a blaming culture, and that's not the best one. The other problem is that we don't have double learning loops in our organization. And let me explain what's a double loop of learning. So when something goes wrong, we say, this is how we should solve this problem. Like, this is the actual efficient way to plug a specific hole. What happens is we are so quick at taking the easiest, in our view, solution that we don't go further enough to the real causes of that specific problem. So this is the single loop of learning. We find a supposed solution, we make it a rule, and now we are victims of simplistic solutions to complex problems. So what they are saying is, don't fall victim of that. Always review the solutions that you have found and make sure that at least you create a double loop of learning. And if you create also some solutions, think that they may not be the right ones. The other problem with failure is that sometimes they don't happen often enough, so we cannot extract enough information to generalize or to really analyze. And I have more material, but I only put it there when you want, if you want to review the slides. Because the first one is going to tell you, well, perfect, you fail, you learn. Let's hope that you learn a lot. How do you bring that learning experience back to the organization? Because remember, we learn also in context of our organizations, and they want us to go into the next level. This order is, well, this is a very interesting study that is going to talk us about how do we treat past experiences and how do we actually improve the group's performance and efficiency. And in this particular study, they figured out that there is a tipping point between learning and actually making use of all your learning strategies, and there's a group of people that get stagnant, that they don't learn. And what they found out is the strategies that we use for learning and how fast we apply those solutions is what defines the tipping point. And they increase your return on failure. This is a very simple one, but I totally recommend it you. It's a very short paper, but it's mostly for your upper management. It has very compelling arguments about what are the losses at the organizational level. And I know this is common sense, but the examples that they provide are really interesting. And finally, one of my most dear papers. Amy Edmondson in 2003 coins this term, psychological safety. And most of the topics that we have discussed today in the context of our organization are not possible unless you have an environment of psychological safety. And is there anybody that does not know what psychological safety means? Okay. So a lot of people think that psychological safety is equal to trust, and that's not the case. Psychological safety, and I can explain a little bit why is the difference. Trust is usually something that is developed, or at least that's the definition, between individuals. Psychological safety is something that you develop in an environment, in an organization. So psychological safety, what is providing you is this space to actually voice out your questions, your doubts, or even point out errors without any fear of having any retribution, negative retribution, from your comments. So in this particular paper, Amy goes into 2 different hospitals. And one of these hospitals, it's about prescribing drugs. So when she is compiling all this information about the different teams, she finds out this. She was trying to figure out the frequency of errors creating in drug prescriptions in different teams of nurses in these 2 hospitals. And when she's compiling and reviewing the information, she noticed one pattern. The teams that have the best relationship between the members of the team are reporting more errors. And she's like, how is that? The best teams are making more mistakes. So there was an extra question that she asked about how often can voice out your opinions or your questions. one team of nurses said that they could always go to the doctor and ask, is this correct? Is this okay? And when the researchers were interviewing the nurses, they asked, why, like, do you have any problem with this? And they said, no, because this is a life or death situation. So I don't have any problems asking if this is correct. The other team, no, they wouldn't ever dare to question the doctors because they will get bad reviews, they will be singled out. So what Amy later on, and she based a lot of her studies after that, is in exactly this, psychological safety. It was not that they were making more mistakes, if they have the freedom to report the mistakes, and their learning curve was better. So the other teams were only not showing the problems. That didn't mean that they didn't have any problems. So failure and success, after even the formulas, the graphs, even the common sense, the ton of studies that I show you, the different perspective, the anecdotes. If we have a company that celebrates success, we have a company that shies away from success and failure. At the end of the day, the definition of success and failure is yours. And I wanted you to meditate a little bit. What do you feel when you think that you're failing? How do you feel when you think that you're failing? And instead of feeling that your failures are the crushing boulders over your shoulders, I invite you to think that they are the stepping stones for your next moves. And I like this session, to present this session on conference environments where there is no speakers, everybody is a speaker. And that's one of the first questions that I ask. How do you define failure? And how do you define success? And you know how many times people have not been able to answer me. And I said, like, this is not an answer for me. I mean, I'm happy to listen to your definition, but this answer is mostly for you. What is your definition of success? Because Alan, one of the TED speakers that I showed you at the beginning, he said, there's no more depressing thing to know that you are living the life of others. Like, your definition of success is based on the opinion of others. So make sure that your definition of success is yours and only yours. And it's the same with your definition of failure. And I gave you all this information, and I gave myself all this information to know when my reactions were out, literally, of scope. Which ones I should take and embrace, which ones I can totally move into the I should not do this anymore. Regulate my own emotions. And this is what I'm trying to do from now on. Write my own definitions. Really have a deep look into myself. Sometimes it's surprising what you find there. And I hope with this session I have given you a different opinion, at least, or a different option into what is success and failure. And this is something that I really want you to remember. Sometimes what we think is not the case. And This is my other call for action. I love feedback, and this is my manual for feedback. So please, please write to me, tell me how can I improve this particular session, and anything that you want to discuss with me. So thank you very much, and that was failure. We have plenty of time for questions. I went super fast, so. Nope, no questions?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for being here because I know it's hard to, after the lunch, being here. I know, thank you. I usually start my presentations with a number that tries to captivate you, at least at the beginning. Maybe I will lose you at the end, but at least I will have you at the beginning. 29% is the number of production environments that are still in Java 8. So we are going to be in Java 22 soon, but there's a lot of people still in Java 8. But well, reality is one thing and ideality is another thing. So in this presentation, I will try to show you which are the features that are coming from Java 11 to Java 21, but not all of them. Basically, the ones that I like the most. The others that I don't like or I don't think are relevant, I skip them. But I want to just not only to give you a summary, because yes, I know, you can check all of this in several blog posts, yeah? So which is the value for this presentation? Well, first of all, that I'm here. So I will try to make it at least a bit funny. But also because I want to give you a brief overview of basically what's an LTS and which is the JDK that are distributed in production environments. I think an LTS is a very obvious thing, but not everyone knows exactly what's an LTS. I will try to give a bit of introduction. Yes, this is the QR for the slides, so if you want to check them out as I'm talking, perfect. Features, opinionated, but I also, before features, I will give you just first, okay, we have a lot of features from 11 to 21, but there is no magic, so you need to migrate things. And sometimes, as a famous TV series from Disney, I think, magic comes with a price. So you need to migrate that. So I will give you some, well, hints in order to migrate them. And also, I want also to show one report, well, two reports basically, that are showing which is the benefit of moving from a JDK to another one, but without touching the source code. Are we going to get any improvement? Yes, we will see that. So I will show you features from 11, 17, and 21. Not any preview features in this presentation. So if it's not final, you won't find them here. And my conclusions and references. This is me, I'm Jonathan. I'm Java champion since 2020, and I'm one of the leaders of the Barcelona Java community since 2012, and also one of the co-founders of JBCN, or now it's, we have rebranded it to DebBCN. It's a conference that we host in Barcelona every year. This next week, basically. It's going to be the 9th edition. Last one, we had like a bit more than 1,000 attendees, so let's see this year. I've been developer for more than 30 years, using lots of languages. But one question, who has used Delphi before? Perfect. The other day I received a job offer about, for a Delphi position. I assume that somebody died or get retired. But it was great, amazing. But yeah, I haven't touched it in quite a while. But well, I also work as a developer advocate for Sonar, who is basically paying my mortgage. And if you want to know more about me, you can just scan this QR code. And yeah, let me introduce what is Sonar. Anybody here doesn't know anything about Sonar, the company behind SonarQube? So every one of you knows SonarQube. That's awesome. Well, but some of you are not using SonarLint. Who is not using SonarLint? Okay, you should do it this afternoon. It's free. It's free, totally free for commercial usages, and you can connect it to SonarQube, and you will see the report in SonarQube, and some reports will come down to SonarLint. It covers more than 30 languages at the same time, so not only Java, infrastructure as code, Kubernetes, Docker. And we also have Sonar Cloud that it's also free for open source projects. It's the hosted version. So if you are in any foundation or you have pet projects, use Sonar Cloud because it's free. Okay, if you want to know more about Sonar, just ping me afterwards. I needed to say this because they are paying my trips. I brought some swag. I have 3 socks. I mean, 3 per 2. 3 socks, some pens, stickers, and glass cleaners after the talk, please. If you want to take them, please go ahead. So which is the current market for Java? Well, a lot of people think that Java is the Oracle JDK and also the maybe OpenJDK or Adoptium now. But there are more than that. In fact, we see now Oracle has more market than Amazon, but last year it was the other way around. So, well, it's obvious because Coreto is the one that it is running in AWS. So usually it will get more adoption than the other ones. But you can see that there are more options, not only Oracle. You can check them all. And Oracle is going down year after year. And Adoptium, it's Temurin, it's going up. So you should check which is the JDK that is really the one that you need. And regarding the vendors, well, the support for each JDK, it's different. So it's not that this so-called LTS is the same for all of them. Some have more longer support. Even for Azul, they have MTS, so it's a medium-term support. So you need to check that the different JDKs are having different features, different performances, and also different supports, commercial supports. You can check the graph here. But also, which is the JDK distribution? Well, basically, Java 8, 29%, but Java 11, 34%. So there's a lot of people in 2018. So it's been 6 years since Java 11. So what we see is that it's not easy. So it's a decision in order to move to another JDK. But sometimes because we think that moving to another JDK implies a lot of changes, I will try to show you that that's not the case. So in some cases, just moving the JDK, if you're lucky, you will get performance improvements. And now I want to talk about LTS. So LTS, before doing this presentation, well, I was investigating about all of this, and I thought, well, yes, LTS is like a common thing across all the JDKs. But that's not the case. So basically, LTS is a marketing concept made up by Oracle. So it's not something that the different vendors need to adopt or have to adopt ever. So they just simply stick to kind of LTS for commercial purposes, but every vendor has different points of view on the LTS things. As I said, even Azul has an MTS that it's not the same length as the LTS from Oracle, but well, all the vendors have kind of different LTSs just to get connected to the Oracle base. Usually, an LTS is 6 or 8 years, but that also changes. So depending on the version, the LTS is covering different length, and this can also change in the future. So we need to check which is the length for that LTS that we are using. Yes, for our pet projects or at home, maybe we don't care about the commercial support for a JDK, but for production environments, definitely you should care about which is the support for those JDKs. Most of the vendors, I would say, yeah, most of the vendors are still giving support, commercial support for Java 8, and I think it's in the, yeah. So until 2026, there's still support for Java 8. Why? Because there's a 30% of people still in Java 8. So the different versions are going to have different lengths of support. It's important to move to different LTS versions, obviously because they have new features, that's fine. But usually we don't necessarily need those features. So yes, Java 21 has virtual threads, but are we all needing virtual threads? Are we going to modify our code tomorrow to use virtual threads? Probably not. So there are different features, but not all of us are needing them. But the important point is that they have vulnerabilities fixed. This is very important. And also bug fixes. But they also have deprecations and removals. So also when you migrate to a newer version, you need to take a close look, because maybe you are breaking something. I will show you in a moment. As I told you at the beginning, sometimes we don't need to move the code from one version to another just to get improvement. There is one project called OptaPlanner. It's basically a project that helps routing, scheduling, and well, the founder of this project, Geoffrey, created a matrix saying, okay, the same source, I'm going to compile it and run it with different versions. And I'm going to run a battery of tests. And let's see if I see any improvement. Well, basically, he discovered that just moving from 11 to 17, there was an improvement of around 9% without touching a line of code, just only changing the JDK that was used in order to build and to run the application. But from 16 to 17, only a 2.4 improvement. He did the same with another project. So he left Red Hat with this project, and he founded another company called Timefold. And with this project, he did the same, comparing 21 versus 17. The same case as before. And only for one of the tests, the improvement was 3-point-ish improvement. But for all the other tests, the improvement didn't reach the 2% improvement. So in this case, coming from 17 to 21 was only a 2% improvement. But coming from 11, we saw that it was around a 9% improvement. So just only modifying the JDK that it's used in order to build and run the application, if you are in 11 and you go to 21, you are going to improve in around 11%. Well, that's not bad. It's interesting. And without touching a line of code, if it compiles. Migration. So if it compiles. Well, there are some changes that will imply that you touch your code. So for instance, in Java 21, there are new Java APIs that are allowing you to sort in a descending in a reverse order your collections. If you created a collection and you inherited a collection and you created a method called getFirst, guess what? It's going to do a compile time error because JDK 21 already have a getFirst method. So you will have to do some changes. Also, there are removed features. You need to check all of those changes and and see if they are clashing with your current code. But also, there are new things that maybe you can leverage on, and then you can improve the performance of your code. So if you can use virtual threads, then if you move to virtual threads, that's an improvement. So one is, well, you need to update all your libraries, definitely. Then check for all the issues that are going to appear from deprecation issues with naming clashes, remote features, and then say, okay, I'm going to rely on the new features from Java 21 in this case in order to make it run faster. So there are like several options to do this, but one is going to the Oracle migration guides, and then you can see all the changes that you need to do or all the problems that you are going to face from old code to Java 17 or to Java below 21 to Java 21. You can do it manually. Maybe it's fun. I don't know. Or you can use tooling. For tooling, you can use Sonarlint, for instance, that has several rules that are going to check specific features for different Java versions. Or you can use Open Rewrite. Open Rewrite is a tool that will analyze your code, and according to several rules that you are going to say, okay, I'm going to use these recipes, Open Rewrite is going to modify all your code and create new changes. And they have lots and lots of rules, and you can even migrate from different versions, from Spring, why not, or Quarkus, but you can also use it to migrate to Java 11 or 17 or 21. And it will change a lot of the code that it is clashing with previous versions or that can rely on the new usage of the new Java versions. And it's going to do it automatically. So now that we see the different parts of the JDK versions, migration, and performance, let's go into the Java opinionated features list. So basically, for Java 11, there are 124 CVE fixes, and basically around 7 features that are the ones that I've chosen to show. So basically, new string methods, file methods, collections to array, the not predicate, HTTP client, running Java files directly, and TLS 1.3. We have HTTP client that it is different than what we had before, and now it supports HTTP 1.2. So basically, we create a new builder and we send. That's the difference, the new HTTP client. So that's a good feature in order to be faster in order to create clients. With running Java files, before we needed to do Java-C and the Java file, and then Java and the Java.jar file. Now we can just simply do the Java file, and it will compile it and run it in one step. There are several API changes. So for string methods, now we have isBlank, lines, strip leading. Well, we have several methods that are going to make, well, more consistent way of treating them. Also with file methods, now we have read string and write string that we didn't have before. With collections to arrays, well, now we have, from a collection, we have the method to an array. So it's easy. And the not predicate that we didn't have before, and now we can filter for the opposite. So these are the new API changes that introduced in Java 11. With the new TLS 1.3, there are some of the features implemented, but not all of them. And, well, this is the summary of all the features, handshake, session resumption. Well, you can read them all. But basically, this TLS 1.3 is something that incorporated some of the features of the standard, not all of them. Then with Java 17, I will add several features coming from the different intermediate versions. From Java 12, we have, again, new string methods in order to, well, in this case, indent or accept a function to transform a string. It's also very convenient, this new transform, because we can have a function that is going to be applied to transform the string. With file, now we have a mismatch that is going to compare two complete files and see if they are different and where. There is an important feature here. It's a thing collector. So if you need to stream a collection, sum all the elements, and then get the average value for them. Before, well, usually you needed to do a loop, summing all the elements, and then once you have finished the loop, divide by the number of the elements. Now, thing collector accepts three different functions. One is the one that is going to be applied to the element, the other one is the one that is going to be applied to the element, and the last it's going to be applied to the two levels, the two values after streaming the collection. There is a compact number format, not super interesting, but now we can just simply say, okay, instead of outputting 1,000, just put it as 1K or 2,000. Well, this is a simple thing in order to format numbers. There is more helpful information in the null pointer exceptions. Now we see where the null pointer exception happens. So in this case, we have a.b.c.i. If C is null, is going to give a null pointer exception in that line. But after JDK 14, we have an explanation why we have a null pointer exception. So who created the null pointer exception? In this case, because A is null, and then we know exactly which is the element that caused the null pointer exception. Before, in Java 14, we needed to enable this feature, but it's already by default in Java 15 and above. Also, there is an important feature that is switch expressions. So instead of having a regular switch where we have breaks in the middle and it's hard to read, well, tools like Sonar can measure which is the cognitive complexity of a method, and it's very important because we are going to spend way more time reading than writing. So I don't know who thinks that that one is easier and clearer to be read compared to the right one. I don't know. It's way clearer that this other case is faster, and we will get rid of the breaks, but also of the intermediate variables assignment, because the switch is returning a value at the end without having intermediate variables. With Java 15, we have the zero garbage collector that, well, it's based on having low latency. And, well, you need to enable it with a parameter in the JDK. It doesn't have, so it says it has sub-millisecond pause times. So in this case, you will not see pauses in the middle when it is being executed. But, well, you need to check if this zero garbage collector is the one for you, or you have to use another one. But yeah, they introduced these changes on Java 15. With text blocks, introduced also in Java 15, now we have like the 3 double quotes where we can just simply have text in multiple lines, so we don't have to do a string concatenation with a plus at the end of each string. In Java 16, we have pattern matching for instance of. In this case, before, so we had like, if we have an object and we need to know if this object is a string, we need to do the instance of. But now, and we also had to have a typecast and use it, okay? But now, we have already a typecast and a variable in the same line of the instance of, and then we are going to use it right away. So this is making things easier and without having this possibility of having a mismatch between the type used in the instance of and the type used in the typecast. So it's more concise. And but then we have records. So usually we have classes that have data and behavior, but a lot of them are only having data, so they are not having behavior. If we move to Java records, this is way easier. So we are reducing a lot of code because it's already provided by the compiler. So in this case, the two codes are exactly the same. So it's only one line to define the record. And here it's a class that contains a private final because this is final. So we cannot modify a record. So as we have to go to immutability, as much as we can, we should move to records. I know that also, I think Hibernate is also considering the usage of records in the future. So, because it's the way to go instead of using classes. Now they cannot do it because they need default constructors for the entities. And a record doesn't have default constructors. So you have all the elements in the constructor. So you cannot create a record without saying which are the values for its elements. That's why they still are not in there, but I assume that sooner or later they will move to records. Well, this feature, yeah, I think that sometimes people in the JDK, they say, okay, let's do one thing that it is fun more than productive. And yeah, it's like if instead of having the time, it's going to say 3 in the afternoon. Well, yes, it's, well, in some cases, if you want regular and cohesive format of doing one thing, that it is giving human expression values to values, this is right. As we saw before with the numbers, that they are trying to give this human expression when you say numbers. In this case, it's the same with dates. So it's trying to not use custom methods in order to give human values. This is a very, for me at least, a very important feature in Java 16. So, as we said before, that we should go to immutability. Before Java 16, if we had a collection that we streamed, we transformed, finally, in order to get the list of those transformed elements, we needed to use collectors. In this case, we were using a collector to list. But interestingly enough, this list is a mutable list. And we shouldn't have that. Instead of having a mutable list, we should have unmutable list. So, in this case, there was another way saying collectors, instead of to list, it's to unmodifiable list. And then it will return an unmodifiable list. But it's too verbose, and it still depends on collectors. So what they have created is a method directly from streams that is going to return an unmodifiable list. So every time that we stream and map a collection, we use toList, and voila, we have an unmodifiable list that we can use directly without having to use collectors. I think it's a very interesting one. There's another feature in Java 17 that it is about sealed classes. Okay, so sealed classes. Basically, we are defining who can inherit, who can implement a class from a given list. In this case, we are saying, okay, we have the class shape that it is sealed, and this class only permits circle, rectangle, square, and weird shape to implement it. If we try to extend this class from a class that it is not in that list, it will do a compile time error. So we can constrain which are the classes that can extend our classes. We can override that, and we can specify a non-sealed class in the middle of the hierarchy, and then all classes will be able to inherit from that non-sealed class in this case. But basically, this is mainly focused for those that are creating libraries, and you can define which is the class that can simply extend your classes. And now we go to Java 21 that also fixes 8 CVEs. It's super important to be aware of the CVEs. Nowadays, there are lots of tools like, I don't know, Snyk, Sonatype, and others that can check with SCA, can check your libraries and see if there are CVEs on them. I totally recommend you to take a look to those tools too. Let's see which are the things that I've chosen from Java 21, basically, or the features that are final in Java 21, coming from Java 17. So in this case, we have code snippets. Well, what we do is we specify a piece of code in the Java doc, and then when we generate the Java docs, it will be generated colorful, let's say, okay, as if it was code. And also, some IDEs can also interpret the code that it is inside, and then it will give you the IntelliSense and an auto-completion on that. Well, so basically, if you want to include pieces of code inside your Java docs, yeah, in Java 18 we have it. Now also we have, in Java 21, sequenced collections. So basically, before Java 21, collections did, unless they were like specified ones, we didn't have this concept of order, basically. And if we wanted to reverse, so we have a collection and we want to reverse the collection and do some things, we needed to do it manually, or we needed to use specific sorted maps, for instance. But now they have introduced this concept of sequenced, where we have add first, add last, get last, and remove first and remove last. But also we have this reversed method that will give us a list of the reverse list of the elements. Well, in this case, if for you an order for the collection is important, if you can just play with the order of them, then using sequence collections that are already included in the whole hierarchy of collections, it's a good way to go. In this case, they are also disabling the dynamic loading of agents. So before this, you could have an agent that it is running into the JDK, but now you have to explicitly say that you want that agent. So this is also something that in the future for several people that are using agents are going to be impacted. We have also record patterns for records. So in this case, with Java 21, we can have the instance of, and then we have the record, with the values already in the variables. Before that, we needed to do the instance of, then use the variable, and then access the attributes of the record. Now we have them directly. Well, it's another step in order to make code more concise and less verbose. Finally, we have virtual threads. Virtual threads are based on platform threads that are directly related to the machine threads. But in this case, several virtual threads can share the same platform thread. So before you could have, I don't know, 10 platform threads. Now you can have millions of virtual threads. And they are going to execute, and when you have an I/O access part, they will release the thread, and then it will be used by another virtual thread. And then you can have lots of them. If you are doing tasks that are heavy, maybe virtual threads are not solving anything. But if you are having tasks that are light, you have a lot of them, and you have I/O calls in the middle, maybe virtual threads is the one to go. And they introduced it in Java 21. Also, they have introduced pattern matching for switch. As you can see here, we have here, well, you need to do an instance of for each one of the types, and then do whatever you want with an intermediate variable assignment. But now you can just simply have a switch on the object, but based on the type of the object. So that first line, that is, if object instance of integer, it's the one that we have. Case integer, do whatever you want. So this is, again, a concise way of doing things, less verbose, and basically focusing the developers in order to use the same approach to solve the same things, because this is also very important if you want to be, well, clean code approach or try to improve the performance of your developers. Well, I'm reaching the end. Are you still with me or sleeping? Fine? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I know it's hard to see someone explaining a list of features. Yeah, I can check them online, but yeah, I think it was a bit faster to see me instead of checking them. Well, basically, it's important to consider what's an LTS, and consider that it's not something that it is regular for everyone, that there are like different scopes for LTS, and that we have different vendors, and we need to choose the one that it is the best for us, not only the one that we've been using for several years. In some cases, maybe the Azul one or the Bellsoft one is the right one for us instead of the Oracle or the Red Hat one. Also, that, well, this is not a surprise. Most of the users are still in Java 8 or 11. So yes, one thing is the trend. One thing is the motivation for people like me to stay here. But another thing is reality. And reality is that it's not easy to migrate from the JDK. But as you saw, just only migrating the binaries, so the JDK that it is compiling and running, you are going to see some kind of performance. And it's a step. Then you can just use the other tools in order to migrate from one version to the other. Also, there are bug fixing and CVs that it is super important, that maybe it can happen to you. What it happened to me years ago, that I was super happy because I didn't suffer from viruses. I'm talking about Windows 95. And I was super happy. Yeah, I don't have viruses. Well, the thing was that I didn't have any antivirus. The first day that I installed an antivirus, I wasn't happy. Yeah, I have lots of viruses. With this, it's the same. You are in a reality, but then if you check how many CVEs are fixed in the next version of JDK that you are not using, you are going, maybe you can start panicking. It's like, okay, so I don't have those CVEs backported to my JDK. Most of them are backported to Java 8, but not to the others. So maybe it's time to check the CVEs that you are missing and start thinking about migrating the JDK. And yeah, finally, that Java is alive, very alive. It's not, the world doesn't end on a famous green leaf framework. There are way more things out there. You can have Quarkus, you can have Micronaut, you can have Helidon, you can have a lot of things that are going to be fun. And yeah, you can use nowadays Java in Kubernetes. They have also added container awareness, where you can see that now Java can really know which are the limits introduced to a pod definition. So now Java is great for desktop, well, desktop, not desktop, for backend as usual, but also for Kubernetes, and also can be compiled into native if you use one of those ahead of time compilation frameworks. Yeah, basically that's it. These are the references if you want to check more about this topic. And that's it. These are my slides. And please, 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 if you didn't like the presentation, fine, go to feedback and tell me. But if you did like it, also tell me. Thank you very much. Well, you have questions? Yeah, I think we have plenty of time. Oh no. I don't know. Okay, go ahead, I can hear you.
In our organization, we use Java, of course, and we migrate to Java 21, like in month.
Yeah, great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we migrate to Java 21 in the past month. It was less hard than we thought. It was quite okay, like 1 million line of code. But we see there we have some problem about the reflection.
Okay.
Because from Java 17 or maybe 11, Java doesn't allow the reflection to the inner module. And we face some problem about some libraries like H2O library. There's a machine learning library. And this library doesn't allow to, we cannot use the reflection anymore. Okay. What do you think about that? I think it could be a problem for the future. There's all libraries that they use the reflection is not even possible on Java 21. Thank you.
I was not aware of that. The thing is that, yes, you need to check each library if the library can be, if you can upgrade to a newer version of the library that supports the new version. Regarding reflection, I was not aware of that. I will check that because it's interesting. I never heard of it. So thank you very much. But yeah, then I assume that a lot of libraries can suffer from that, right? I'm curious about if, so you did it manually, or you used any tool?
We did it manually.
Manually?
Yeah. We have some problem about, you fix a lot of tests, but we don't have so much problem about the code that runs.
Okay,
code is quite okay. We have some bugs about that, and we try to fix it. We have a lot of tests that's even not passed. But yeah, the main problem are about the reflection.
Okay, I would love to see. I will talk to Tim that he's behind Open Rewrite. He's around. He's over there. That maybe there's a recipe or a rule that can check for that particular case. But if not, yeah, I will check that, and we can be in contact, and then we can talk more about that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Okay. More questions? Anybody has used Open Rewrite? Okay, but for the rest, definitely try it. It's open source, it's free, and you have a lot of recipes. So definitely go for it. It's a very interesting tool. More questions? No? Okay, freeze for a second, and then you can come and take all the swag that I. But maybe you can be so, I don't know, a bit happy or something. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Okay.
First of all, I'll take some soccer.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, go for it.
do you do it? You do it. Okay.
Okay, you can send it. Yeah, yeah, the sound. Okay. Okay, that's it.
can you hear me? Okay, you should hear me now. So that wasn't me, actually. My name is Marcin Grzeszczak, and I work at the Spring team, currently at Broadcom, mostly working on Spring Cloud and observability-related topics. The title of this presentation is absolutely not generated by ChatGPT. Is your JVM app flying blind? Unmask hidden issues with observability superpowers. By the way, are you enjoying the conference? Is it okay? Really? Great. So am I. I'm here for the second time. I've been here last year. So has anybody been to my talk last year? Okay. Oh, you've been there? So I can't say the same jokes. But most likely you don't remember them. So I will say the same jokes. They will be equally as not funny as the last time. So if you want to find me, talk to me in any way, you can go to Mastodon, too much going at fosstodon.org, or my Twitter handle @mgrzeszczak, which obviously is impossible for you to type because of my last name. So you can go to my blog, toomuchcoding.com, and you can find all the information about me there, and the presentations, and like everything. So before we go to the main topic, a little bit of a poll, poor man's version of a poll, because I got old and lazy, like a proper developer. So these are my slides. I mean, there will be no slides really. So the poor man's version of a poll, so that I know what kind of details should we go into. So first, the question is, who of you is using observability in production, whatever that means to you? Okay, quite a few people. Who is using Spring Boot free in production? Oh, yay. Who is using deliberately Micrometer? Yay. Prometheus? Fine. Open telemetry? Okay, fewer people. Who doesn't care at all? Okay, nobody. Everybody cares. That's great. So what is observability? That's an important quote. So how well we can understand the internals of a system based on its outputs or signals or whatever you call. Because at the end of part number 1, there will be a surprise, like an unexpected output, but still it can tell us something about the system. So now I've been working on open source tooling or tooling as such for a decade, so I have absolutely almost no, let's say, access to production whatsoever, because my production is the tooling and your feedback as users. So today I've decided that I will become a business value giving developer. I will be delivering business value. Finally, after a decade of playing around, I will deliver money. So what we will be doing is we're going to be steeping tea or brewing tea. So this is our system architecture. I mean, it's not as beautiful as in your enterprise architecture, our enterprise architect software. So in essence, there is an edge service called T-service. When a request comes in, we will be using RabbitMQ to send messages over RabbitMQ to a reporting service that will store the data in MongoDB. Now, T-service will call over HTTP proxy service, which is a gateway. And the gateway will call tleaf service, and that's going to call a database, so store data in Postgres. And T-service will also talk to water service that will talk to Postgres. So we have apps that are basing on HTTP-based communication, messaging, we have a relational database, we have MongoDB, and we have also reactive and non-reactive apps. Okay, so if you want to sell a product, the most important thing is the UI, right? Because the users are going to the UI. So if the UI is bad, your product will not be great. So I spent a lot of time with my colleagues from the team to create the best UI using the latest and greatest tech out there. So I mean, beyond any, let's just see it. So this is it. That's the, why are you laughing? This is not funny. It's like 21st century grade UI. I mean, it's reactive because it reacts to my clicks, right? So it's reactive. It's responsive because when I click, look at this, it's responding, right? Or should be. No, it's not. Oh, great. Oh, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. I mean, this is unexpected. Of course, like, the second before I started this presentation, I had all sorts of problems. So apparently, I have one more. Jesus, what the hell? No route to host exception. Okay, let us retry this. What if only we had observability to debug this? So yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, the demo gods are not with me today. Okay, let's wait for that to ever work. If not, then we'll figure this out somehow, as usual. Okay, no route to host. Like, what the hell is going on? Okay, let's stop this one. Okay, stop. Any questions so far, right? The presentation is going fantastic. Of course, most likely it's due to Gradle. Who loves Gradle? Okay, 3, 4 people, that's a lot. I would assume fewer. Okay, let's wait for the apps to restart. So I'm going to talk maybe a little bit about the architecture of the solution. So we have the apps. They are registering themselves. These are Spring Boot apps using Spring Boot 3. They are registering themselves in Eureka. This is why we saw that there is a problem with some gateway or something like this, because most likely there was an issue with Eureka. Let's see now if the apps are there. Okay, the apps are there, so theoretically that should work. Let's now check if the steep part is going to work. Apparently not. Service unavailable. Why is that? I have literally rehearsed this just before, like, the presentation. Oh my God. Okay, but the water service is there, so why is it not working? Oh, hallelujah. Okay, and it's even calculating some stuff. So most likely one of the apps, because I'm running all the apps locally, it took some time to start, to process the request, and to register in Eureka, and it needs 30 seconds to confirm it's being there in Eureka. Eureka is a service discovery tool. Okay, so the worst part is like behind us, hopefully. So, I mean, let me click around to prove that everything looks fine. You see, I can pick different types of T, and okay, that's an internal server error. Okay, let me refresh the browser. Okay. So apparently, that means that there is a server, and internally, there was an error. But that doesn't help us a lot, I think. So let's try to use the observability solutions. By the way, you're not going to see a full stack observability solution, like I heard like in one of the sessions, because what we're going to be using here is native observability solution that comes with Spring Boot. And the recommended way of doing observability with Spring Boot is not running an agent, is running an inbuilt observability support that comes with Spring Boot. Just FYI, because with an agent, it can turn out that, by the way, one of the most recommended or talked about solutions that is using an agent is scanning private methods of different, for example, Spring filters. And once there was an issue because the order in the private method was reversed, because it's a private method, so the developers can do whatever they want. And suddenly one of the tags was a password that started leaking because the order changed. So bear in mind that agent-based solutions often work on internals that can change. That's number one. And number two, do check if they're production ready, because some of them claim that they are, and they are in alpha mode. So bear in mind those things. Okay, no data. I'm going to go nuts. So this is our observability solution that, believe me, worked an hour ago. Now it does not. And this is a very good question why, but we will debug this. Okay, what is wrong now? So Prometheus should be up. Let's check this out, server. Okay, that should be working. So we have some stuff over here, and it should be there right now. Okay, so why is it not over here? Okay, let's talk about theory then, because I don't know what's going on really. So what we have here, and maybe in the meantime that's going to work somehow, is that our apps are being instrumented using micrometer observation. Micrometer is a project that I work on, and what it gives us is the ability to instrument once and have multiple benefits out of it, which means that the fact whether you have metrics or tracing is a configuration detail. If you're looking at Spring Boot, that means that depending on what you have in a class path, different features will be plugged in. So if you have micrometer core on the class path, automatically you will get metrics. If you have micrometer tracing, automatically you're going to have tracing features plugged in. Let me try to pray here. So what I will do, because apparently this kind of works, but something broke with Prometheus, with Grafana here. I got. Let me refresh this. Let me try to do it manually here then. T-service throughput, because we should have a problem with throughput. We'll see if it works with Prometheus here. Rate interval, let's do it 5 minutes. I think it's like that. Application, T-service, URL. That was T name, I think. Empty query results. That's very unfortunate. Okay, 15 minutes. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, this is nice. Flux. Nil. Oh, this is a great, helpful information. Okay, what we're going to do is we will restart everything, because nothing else comes to my mind. Okay, let's stop this. Okay, Docker compose up. Oh, you know what? I will do one more thing. Maybe it's the VPN. Okay, Docker compose up. A lot of logs, good. Now let's run the apps. Sorry for that, but like it never happened to me before. Of course, it had to happen today. Okay. Now, let's see. Again, Eureka, are we up? Things are popping up slowly. In the meantime, we'll be looking at it's going to fetch stuff from Eureka. This is interesting. So we have for metric scraping, what we have is Prometheus. And Prometheus is configured in such a way that it goes to Eureka in order to find all the apps and all the instances, and then it queries those instances. So we don't have to provide static IPs and ports of our apps, but it's going to go to Eureka and automatically fetch the state. So 5 out of 7 are up. That's better. Okay, now one more time. Maybe anything. Okay, no data. Oh, maybe because I didn't click anything. Okay, this is internal server error. That should work. And now, anything? Maybe if I click 20 times, it's going to work. Okay, 7 out of 7. Maybe you have to wait a second. Yay, okay. Whew. Okay, so now I have to speed up. Sorry about that. Most likely that was my VPN. For some reason, it didn't help me out. Okay, so let's run the load test again. It seems that we have people clicking. So we have around 5 requests per second. And the problem is that for the English breakfast type of tea, we do not have proper results. We have an exception. So one way of fixing this would be for you to go to every single server, SSH to that box, to in production, of course, find the logs, do a grep for error. Who's using that? Who's doing this like that? Don't be shy. Like, we're friends here. We're not going to tell anybody. Nobody? Okay, very good. Who is actively compiling classes locally and shipping them to a jar that is running in production? Nobody. We can talk later. Of course, I don't do that either. Okay, so yeah, we have a problem with that. So what we can do, by the way, I'm showing you Grafana today and the Grafana stack, but it doesn't matter what you have. Preferably, you should have a solution that allows you to jump between the types of signals in such a way that it's natural, right? So one thing comes from another. So you can jump between metrics and traces and metrics and logs, etc., etc. So what we will do is we will go over here to Explore and search for, go to Loki, which is a solution, and an error occurred with the plugin, of course. This solution takes so the apps are pushing the logs to Loki. Those are cut into pieces, and we can search over those apps. Come on, no logs. An error. Okay, I will manage. We'll manage in a different way. So what we will do is we will go from the tracing side of things. So we will search, oh, there you go. So what I did is I found one of the traces. So for those who don't know, who knows what distributed tracing is? Okay, most people. So for those who don't know, very quick summary. Imagine that when a request comes into our app, it has to go to those other 4 apps to do the processing and return the information about the steep T. So imagine that we correlate all those requests together, so they share one identifier called trace identifier. That means that if I want to have all the logs or all the information about all the processes for that particular business operation, what they share is the trace identifier. And here, I've managed to click one, and I already see that there is a problem because I have the exclamation mark. So we can clearly see here that the operation took 32 milliseconds. It's related to English breakfast. I was lucky to click that one. Now, the T service gets the request, then over messaging goes to reporting service and stores the message in Mongo. In the meantime, T service uses an HTTP call to call the proxy service that calls the water service, and the water service goes to the database. And another request from the T service is to the tleaf service, and here we have an exclamation mark. So if we click it and go here, we can see that resource not found tleaf with name English breakfast. Okay, so we've managed to come to the conclusion that the English breakfast tleaf is missing. Is it true? I mean, let's check it out. So what happens is, if we check the query into the database, we have some sort of a select, fair enough. And the result set contains no entry, so JDBC row count is 0. So apparently, it happened for the first time ever. On the UI, we have not synced with what we have on the back end. So we are giving the user an option to query for something which is not in the database. And we're lucky. I don't know how it happened, but I have an endpoint here, like an request ready, that allows us to add the missing thing to the database. So let me run this. The response is saved, so apparently I did manage to store that thing in the database. And if we go over here, we should start seeing that the throughput changes, that the server error rate goes to 0 and the successes go to 5, because we have 5 requests per second. Which would mean that my emails over here, I have like high latency tea house, let's ignore that, nobody cares about that, it got resolved. I mean, you don't do it like this with your errors, right? Alerts like, it doesn't matter, oh, it's a known issue, right, who cares? Okay, so high error rate. Let's wait for that to pop up to 5, and then I should get an email, and we should be ready to go. I mean, I can conclude the presentation just because I have this special request over here that has added the English breakfast. Okay, oh, fantastic. At least something managed to work. So theoretically, I can go and summarize this part because we've managed to fix all the problems that currently our application has. What is this? It's dropping again. Okay, so high error rate, again, something's wrong. Okay, so as usual, we fix one thing and another pops up. Okay, and yeah, maybe if I refresh, maybe it's a problem with Grafana. No, it's not. Apparently, after refreshing, it's the same thing. So, oh, this looks terrible. So we are dropping from around 5 to around 2, from what I see, and it stops. But why is it so? So by the way, those little dots you can see here are called exemplars. So when you have a metric, there is an algorithm behind this, but in general, when a metric is gathered and there was a span in scope, so span in thread local, the information about that span is getting attached to a metric. That way, we are correlating the two dimensions, the two signals. So there are metrics from which you can jump to a span. So over here, we have one, so we can jump to that one. Maybe we will going to be lucky. And we are, because we have one request that got processed, and it stopped on the proxy service. So the T service got a request, then we sent a message to Mongo eventually, and it stopped on the proxy service on the quota side, and that's it. Like, what is this quota? Like, I have no idea. Now, what I can do is I can ask the proxy service team and say, hey, like, what is going on, right? But another thing I can do is I can go to their dashboard, because it happens that they have a dashboard. Maybe that will tell me more. Proxy service. Okay, quota request and throughput. Now, apparently, we can see more or less the same, that we have 3 requests per second that are denied and 2 requests per second that are accepted. Quota request, what does it mean? So if there only was some way of going to the documentation of observability data. Who loves writing docs? Okay, anybody? Bruno loves writing docs, so that's the only person. So what if there was a solution that if you have observability within your system and you describe it in a special way, and your system, and your code gets scanned, and it converts your blueprint of what your observations are to a doc? Wouldn't that be perfect? So, like, if you're using micrometer observation and you design or define your observations in a special way, that it's an enum, that has implement something, never mind, we will, using one of the tools, convert that information into an ASCII doctor format documentation. And what I managed to do is to add it as an HTML page to the proxy service. So that way I can read about what is here. So anything you've seen here, except for this line, is generated from code. So what I can see is, oh, there was this quota observation. So observation related to request quota calculation. In case of going over the maximum allowed request rate per second, rate limiting will be applied. Okay, so it's rate limiting. And now if we scroll down, we can see that for spans, this is the section for spans, we can see that we're going to have the max rate, max request rate, so max allowed request rate, and other stuff, right? So if we go back to our the proxy dash, here, to this trace view, we can see that indeed the max rate is 2, and at this point we went over it here, so the quota allowed is false, meaning that we started to rate limit. So what can we do to fix this? We would have to do one of the two things, either wait until the quota gets refreshed, which is kind of not a good idea if we have production traffic, or we have to ask our bosses to take out the credit card and swipe to increase the quota. which let's say they did, and automatically what should happen is that our throughput should change back, right? We'll see about that. Now, hopefully that changes in time. So what we managed to do so far is we started off by trying to go into the logs, but they didn't work. Then we managed to go to metrics, and using exemplars, we jumped to tracing. And we've managed to fix already 2 problems related to throughput. But those are easy problems because they are related to concrete issues. Wait a second. Okay. They are related to two concrete issues that give like an immediate output, saying I have an exception, right? Or there's a null pointer, or I have a concrete status code that helps me out solving that problem. So you can see that we've managed to fix the throughput problem. So I guess that could conclude everything, but apparently not, because now I have latency. So again, we fixed 2 bugs, and now we have a problem with the latency, because you can see to the left that we used to have around 20-something milliseconds, and that is getting confirmed also by looking at the histogram buckets that we pushed up. So all of those buckets show you that a given number of requests were in a given scope of response times. So there were like 12 requests within the 14 to 15 milliseconds of responses. Now it's got far, far worse. So how can we solve that? We can look at the exemplars again and pick one of the previously working cases, pick one of the current ones, and look at them side by side. There you go. So now we can see that this one to the left took 15 milliseconds, and this one to the right took 166 milliseconds. So why is that? So if we scroll down, we can see that, for example, the tea leaf service communication is, the tea leaf service is around 5 milliseconds. The water service one, if we are able to see that, now it's 153 milliseconds, and we used to have 4. So something is wrong over here. So let's try to look into that. So apparently, the only thing that happens in the water service is that we're going to the database. And now the connection-related spans are much longer. So why is it so? Is the culprit the database? Let's check it out. So what we can do is we can go to a different dashboard. So Spring Boot instruments quite a few things for you. For all the applications that were using the relational database, we've added an instrumentation library that uses micrometer observation and knows how to instrument data sources. This is why we could check the queries and parameters. But also, the data source itself has metrics that we can check. So if we go to the water service, we can clearly see that the connection time has gone up a lot. Right? So that means that there's a problem with the connection to the database. Now the question is, why is it so? There are different options. Number one, for example, there was a lot of network calls and the bandwidth is getting used in maximum. Another problem is that somebody stepped on a cable, or there's a problem with the database. Or I just have to disable the toxiproxy instance that I have set, which is introducing fake 50 millisecond latency between the application and the database itself. And there's a high chance that that was the problem. So after I disabled the fake proxy, the fake latency, we should see the latencies falling down, and we can already see that, right? One more important thing, if we go back over here. So from traces to logs, we can go, assuming that we'll be able to do it. Maybe in the meantime, something got fixed. No, So there's a problem with Loki. So in general, in a normal situation, for example, an hour ago, when it worked, what would happen is, apparently Loki is even down because there's connection refused. What will happen here is you would see all the logs correlated with the same trace identifier. So this is the way we're correlating traces and logs. But is there an option to, for example, correlate somehow traces and metrics to go between those dimensions? And there is. Because when we're doing observability with micrometer observation, what we're doing is we're instrumenting once, and we have multiple benefits out of it. So we are using the same set of attributes, as you can see here. There are some attributes, but we will use the same ones both for spans and for metrics. That means you can create queries that are parameterized. Like, for example, I want to look at latency. And now what happens here is that we have a parameterized metrics query, the parameters of which are coming from the span. So that's fantastic because due to the fact that we're using the same set of tags, both for metrics and traces, you can do such parameterization and you can get the other dimension that you need here, right? So right now we're looking at traces and metrics at the same time related to the same thing or as close as possible, right? Because we took the attributes from the span itself. Okay, I'm going to show you one more thing, and the important thing is that everything that I'm showing you is applicable without any agents. It's just because we have micrometer observation of the class path together with micrometer tracing for distributed tracing and micrometer core for metrics. And Spring Framework 6-based libraries are already natively being instrumented using that framework. Okay, last but not least, let's talk about, oh, you see, that the problem is fixed. Let me check my email. High latency T-house resolved. Everything is resolved. Fantastic. So now, this is the UI on the reporting service. I've written it in Vaadin because I wouldn't dare to write it. I mean, it's not as great as this one, but this is the closest I can get. So now what it does, it's going to Mongo, fetching 100 results, and printing them out in a table. And now if I want to filter, for example, by tleaf, I can do sensha, and it takes a lot of time to do it. Why is it so? It's because I have 2,039,000 entries in the database. So apparently that's a lot. I'm no MongoDB expert. And now, what can you use ChatGPT for? Since we're in 2024, I have to mention AI, because otherwise my talk will not be good. So the way I used AI, or ChatGPT for my presentation was, I explained to ChatGPT that I am doing this presentation. I don't know anything almost about MongoDB. Can you please help me create a small issue that I can, using observability, find and resolve? And it told me, yeah, I can help you out, and gave me snippets that didn't compile, obviously, but they gave me an idea of how it can work. So let's try to fix the fact that it's a little bit slow. And it turns out that I have a dashboard for the reporting service that obviously doesn't work, of course. Okay, that's highly unfortunate. So we were here. So in essence, the idea was that we have the metrics from the. Why is it so? So that we have the metrics from running the Spring Data Mongo, but apparently I don't have it for some reason beyond my understanding. And actually, let me try to write this in Prometheus. Maybe there's something really wrong with Grafana here, I don't know. I doubt it though. Okay, interval rate, let's do 5 minutes. Come on. 5 minutes and 5 minutes. Okay, I don't know. So in essence, what I was about to show you is that there was this, where is it? The rate of running the MongoDB, or maybe I can just check the MongoDB ones. MongoDB, I won't find it. Anything here? Okay, there is something here. But this is some of the duration. Let's take a max. Maybe that's going to be 2 seconds. Max, that's a gauge. Okay, so maybe that's going to help somehow. I doubt it, but at least I'm going to show you anything. So let's look at this one. It's a max. Can we see it? Okay, we can see something. Oh, get lost. Apply. Okay. So we care only about the find. So it takes a little bit of time to fetch it, and the idea was that I asked ChatGPT, how can I fix it? And it told me, you can apply an index. If there are any masters of MongoDB, I'm really sorry if I do it in a noob way, but I got a fancy UI to do it. I'd click create index. I type in tleaf, which should be ascending. Now it should take 10 megabytes of size. And maybe, but I really did it fast right now, maybe we should see that there's going to be in time a decline in the query duration, assuming that my Gatling is still running. It is, so now we don't see anything. Right, whatever. You get the idea that, like, assuming that I did it right, it should drop. Okay, let's end this misery now, because it's humiliating. So what I've managed to show you, oh, now we even have a drop in successes. That's fantastic. What a beautiful demo. I'm so happy. So what we've managed to do is I have failed miserably to show you everything I wanted, but I think I've managed to convey the message that observability is hard and undeterministic. No, I'm joking. So the problem which we were able to solve was we found some bugs. We used metrics, tracing, and logs to go through them. And using micrometer observation, we've managed to get the instrumentation using the pillars that I mentioned, and we've managed to fix those problems. Now, maybe I will be able to show you one more thing, which is assuming that anything works still. Okay. Does it work? No, it doesn't. So apparently my laptop just is on the verge of dying. Okay, I'm gonna skip to the second part because this is useless. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna stop everything because this is pathetic. And we have still 10 minutes. I should be able to do it. I was wondering, like, what would be the best way to show you how really the instrumentation can be shown to you, how it's working under the hood. And what I came up with is, I could always do some slides or something like that, but maybe an interesting idea would be to create a fresh new project using, I don't know, Maven archetype, and just write it completely from scratch, right? So this is what we're going to do. I will do Maven archetype. So I generated something, group ID, com example. The font is ridiculous now. JNation 2024. Whatever, snapshots, yeah. Now let's go to JNation and I will open it in IDE. Okay. Of course, let's skip no, 1.5. This is nice. Java 1.7. JUnit 3. Whew, that's nice. Let's remove all this crap. And now, because of course I don't remember it by heart, but we could use Spring, but everybody uses Spring, so let's use something else. What I will do is I will use the Javelin framework. Who uses Javelin? Nobody. Who has heard of Javelin? A couple of people. Okay, so we're going to use Javelin as the server-side framework. Essentially, it's a small HTTP server, and we're going to use an HTTP client to send a request to an HTTP bin service that I'm running locally. HTTP bin is a service that allows you to look at your requests and check out the responses, various things, right? It's for testing. Okay, so I will, because I don't have a lot of time, I will be copying some of the dependencies because I don't remember them by heart, and I will make a lot of mistakes. So I'm adding the Javelin bundle and SLF4j API because I will be adding logs later on. Now I will go to Javelin documentation and I will copy the hello world part that they have. Okay, we do this. Okay, so now let's start it. Okay. So now if I call HTTP 7070, I get hello world. It's as simple as that, right? So now I can have a before handler, so I can do something before. Let's say that I'm going to add a logger, private static final logger, logger factory, app class, log info. So you can do something before a request is getting processed. You can do after, log info after. And this is what happens when you're processing the request. Here, sorry. Over here. So let's do log info processing. Whatever. Let's rerun this. Let's see if that changes anything. Okay. Okay, and now we should see before processing after. Great. So now what we will add is we will add micrometer. So to add that, we're adding the micrometer BOM. BOM is a special POM file that contains all the versions, so you don't have to provide them yourself. So once we have the BOM, we're going to do IO micrometer observation, and that's it. And let's refresh. So now what we will do is we will add the observation registry. Create. So for an observation to be created, we need a registry. We will configure some stuff on the registry later on. Now, in the before section, what we will do is we will create an observation. So before the request gets processed, we're going to do start. We're going to call it like, I don't know, before, whatever. And we're going to pass an observation to it. And now here we're going to do scoped. So if some stuff should happen like within the scope of this block, later on, it should be put in this such a block, because that way, for example, you'll be able to enrich MDC, put some stuff in thread local, and then clear it out afterwards, right? Now, how will we pass stuff between those methods? You can create an attribute, for example, ops, and pass in the observation over there. And over here, we will retrieve it, observation. That way, you don't have to use any thread locals or anything like that. Ops. Observation. So here we have the observation. Now we could put the, for example, a child observation here. So we're going to do scope, put this inside, and we can create another one, child observation, because they come for free, almost for free. You can use as many as you want. Child observation registry, and here we will do observe, which means that automatically the observation will be started, stopped. If there's an error, it will be put there, etc. So now in the after block, I'm deliberately not putting the error one because I don't have time for that. And of course, I don't make mistakes, so there'll be no errors. So here we do context, and after we can put observation scoped. And here we'll do observation stop. Okay, let's rerun this. And what will happen now is nothing will change. And that's because we're just added the instrumentation code, but we have not added any features to it. Like, we have not configured that to calculate any metrics or anything like that. So now, since I have 5 minutes left, I will just add everything together. So what I'm going to add right now is I will add the registry of Prometheus, the tracing part. There you go. So right now I will add capabilities related to tracing and metrics. I will copy the logback file as well. Resources. There you go. So the logback is configured in such a way that each of the log lines should have a trace ID and span ID taken from MDC. If it's there, if not, just put zeros. Okay, I think I need to add one more thing, which is logback classic and different dependency management for micrometer tracing as well. Okay, let me refresh this one. And now, actually, I think I will even maybe show you the finished part almost. Oh no, I'm going to copy it. Okay. Okay, because there's going to be too much text. Okay, so let's start with Prometheus first. Okay. So I literally have taken this code from the Micrometer website. So essentially what it does, it's configuring something which is called Prometheus meter registry, which will, for your metrics, create the, for your observations, create metrics if properly configured. And it also creates the metrics endpoint to which it will populate with Prometheus format of metrics. Okay. So we do Prometheus, start Prometheus endpoint, whatever. And now to add this capability, what we're doing is we are adding a default meter observation handler, which this is an important thing. Micrometer observation works on the basis of handlers. So I'm going to show you that in a second. It reacts to certain events that happen in your system. So I could create over here, we can do it here, my observation handler, observation context, that can react to various things. So let's say I'm going to do just on start, because it can react to on stop, on error, etc. And over here I will system out my demo didn't go well, right? And I will do true over here. And now to add the logging capability of misery, I can just add observation registry config handler, and now I've added a new capability. So the instrumentation code has not changed at all, and now we have added two features: the metrics one and the logging one. Okay, and now we can see that the tracing related stuff is in the logs. Now if I send a request, I get the hello world, and if I send another request to Prometheus, I guess this one? No, metrics, it's metrics. I get in the Prometheus format, I get for the observations, the before and the child, I get the metrics. So in the instrumentation code, there was no notion of tracing or metrics or whatever. It was added as a feature. So last thing I'm going to show you is in the sample that I have that is running already. What you can do is also add the tracing capabilities. I mean, there's a lot of configuring here, so don't be worry about that. So if you add the tracing capabilities, so first you have to configure a tracer. Let's not go into the details, it's not that important, but you configure a tracer, and then you configure a set of handlers for receiving, for sending, and all the other cases. So I'm going to just run this. You can later on check the code. And what happens is that if I send a request that has the trace information in the headers, oh, come on. Okay, this is the trace ID. I should see that also over here in the logs, right? So just by instrumenting once and configuring the tracing capabilities, stuff just works out of the box. Okay, so I'm out of time. Do we even have time for questions or not really? We can have time for questions. There you go. And sorry about the complete disaster. Like, it worked on my machine. Yeah, go ahead. He said great demo. That's great.
The question is, Micrometer has a Prometheus format. Does it have also OpenTelemetry format?
So the beginning of the question was very nice to me, that my demo went fine. Then was the question if because you could cut a little bit, that Prometheus, Micrometer has the Prometheus format, does it have the OTLP format? Yes. So in order for that to happen, you would add over here, new OTLP meter registry. I don't remember the exact syntax, but we have it. It's a different dependency, I think. I would have to add the registry over here. I think registry OTLP. Oh yeah, there you go, OTLP. Let's refresh it. I'm in the offline mode now. Why is it happening to me? Okay. Oh, because I wasn't on the plane. I work offline. So, can you repeat that, because nobody... Okay, as is my demo. So the comment was that the latest version of Prometheus accepts also the OTLP format. Yes, you can use it like together. I can quickly show you that. Now new OTLP meter registry, and that way I would start doing it in the OTLP format. So what is great is no instrumentation code changes, right? Any more questions? Oh, go ahead.
If the trace ID is not sending in the request, the application can create the trace ID?
So yes, absolutely. And it's not even it can, it must create a new trace ID. Why I added it to the headers is to show you that the inbound instrumentation works, that we are able to parse the request, take out the trace ID, and propagate it further on. Because normally a new one would be created and continued. Any more questions?
Thanks.
Okay, so is there one? Okay, there is one. Oh no, there's none. Okay, so that's it from my side. If you want to talk to me, we can talk offline. I do vouch that it worked. You can check my other videos that it did work, and I will just, out of misery, format my drive, I guess. Thank you so much.
folks, I guess we can start. So, hi everyone, my name is Pavel. I'm very happy to see you all here, especially at this late hour, the last slot of today's conference. So, really appreciate it that you joined this session. So, for a brief introduction about me, I used to do a lot of coding in Java, but then I moved to the dark side. So now I'm taking care of several teams of developers and DevOps at Xibia, Poland. And today I will tell you a story about imposter syndrome in our industry. So maybe let's start with show of hands. Who of you knows what is imposter syndrome and how it works? Okay, we have quite many people, but you are still here, so you want to know more. That's good. Right, so here's our plan. We'll start with a little bit of background. So what is imposter syndrome? What is not an imposter syndrome? Who should be concerned? A little bit of scientific background. Then we are going to look into the mind of a person with an imposter syndrome, see what's going on there. We'll explore some risks. So what bad stuff can happen? What dark places we can visit with imposter syndrome? Then I will tell you a little bit about few psychological mechanisms. So knowledge about these mechanisms is helpful by itself, but also there will be a bunch of useful practical tips at the end. Right, so let's start with our background. What is imposter syndrome? So basically, imposter syndrome is a psychological pattern or mild personality dysfunction where a person does not believe her skills, abilities, strength, and ability to basically do their job, right? For instance, I was hired as a senior developer and I don't believe that I'm senior enough, or I was promoted to senior developer and I think it was just luck or something and I'm not good enough, despite obvious external evidence of that abilities, right? And there is this constant fear that somebody at some point will discover that I'm this imposter, right? They will discover this and they will take everything away from me. There's this constant fear. So scientifically speaking, there was a paper in late 70s by Pauline Clance and Susan Eames. Those two ladies were conducting research in an environment of high-achieving women. At the beginning, it was believed that imposter syndrome is about women, but later research proved it to be false. It's affecting both men and women, maybe a little bit differently, but we'll get to that. So they were doing research in academia, so professors, doctors, authors of many papers, and they were doing research in some business, right? So directors, some high executive, etc. And there was this common theme that those ladies didn't believe in themselves. They believed that they are imposters, that somebody at some point will discover that they are just imposters. So who should be concerned? Basically, depending on the research you look at, it's between 50 to 80, even 90% of people at some point in their lives, right? So probably it's about half of us as we are sitting here. Right? It can happen at any point of our career. When we are just starting our job, we are just hired as a junior developer, right? And we think that, hey, I don't know anything. Why did they hire me in the first place? Right? Despite like having 5 years of computer science study, for instance, right? It can happen when you are switching your career, right? You are going from coding to management, or from management to coding, from backend to frontend, or what have you, right? And there is this moment of doubt that I'm not good enough, despite all the previous experiences. Right? Especially highly successful people or people in some high positions, right? I don't know, like if you are a principal developer, like staff engineer, or director, CEO, a author of books sold in millions of copies, etc., you still don't believe that you are good enough, right? Sometimes if you sold millions of books, you are not really a good author, but that's different cases. But in general, there are some external evidences of your competence and you still don't believe it. Often people that are intelligent are very prone to imposter syndrome because if you are intelligent, you have this tendency to create a lot of scenarios in your head. You are thinking what can happen, what are the possible tree of choices, possibilities, and it's not always helpful, right? If you are a perfectionist, right? So either the job is done perfectly or not at all. There's no grayness in between. And if the job is not perfect, then you feel like an imposter, you are not good enough. And speaking of the big 5 of personality traits, there is this trait called neuroticism, right? If you have high neuroticism, basically you're emotionally unstable. Like you have a lot of fear in you, you're wondering what's going to happen, how this affects me, etc. And naturally you are wondering if somebody discovers at some point, right? And some terrible things will happen. Okay, so what is not an imposter syndrome? So it's not about deceiving somebody on purpose. If you are with premeditation saying that you know something or you are able to do something but you know that you can't, you are just an imposter, right? You are a fraud. It's not an imposter syndrome, okay? It's not about momentary doubt. So all of us from time to time have these moments of doubts that, hey, I'm not good enough, I'm not doing very well, I fucked up on production, something like this, right? This happens to all of us, but in imposter syndrome, it's about prolonged periods of time. So if it's happening over months, year, then it's a problem. Right? It's not mental illness per se, like there's no International Code of Diseases, this code for illness, although in one British research, I believe, I read that they are planning to actually make it an official mental illness, we say by this. Okay, it's not about humbleness. So humbleness per se is a nice trait, right? You don't have a very high ego, right? You are not boasting, but if it stops you from doing nice stuff, from expanding your horizon and stuff like this, then it's not a very good situation to be in. And it's not specific to women. It was thought so initially, but later it was discovered that men are affected as well. Although there are some meta-studies, I read one meta-studies based on around 60 papers, and around half of them says that women are a little bit more susceptible, and it's the same with minorities, right? Women sometimes are a minority in IT, in our industry, so maybe if you are in general a minority, you have this need that you have to prove yourself more, right? And it's a bit harder sometimes, right? If you Google for top 10 celebrities with imposter syndrome, you are going to find a lot of similar quotes, right? That there was some mistake, that I was chosen, that I get so far, right? That every time there is some situation that something is happening, I have to prove that I'm not a fraud. Every time it's a problem, right? No matter that you are able to achieve what you did, there is this fear that somebody at some point will discover that you are just a fraud and they will take everything away from you. There is this constant fear, there is this feeling of inadequacy, and at some point somebody will find out. That's the common theme. All right, now let's look into the mind of a person with imposter syndrome. So whenever such person has success, it is attributed to one of two things. One thing, external factors, right? I was successful because I was lucky, right? Because there were some good circumstances. Like for instance, I'm applying for a job and I'm the only candidate and they desperately need somebody, right? So obviously they had to pick me because there was no one else, so nice circumstances, right? Maybe I was lucky. Maybe I was able to deceive the recruiter that I'm more intelligent, in fact, or better than other candidates, right? Maybe there was some misjudgment. So, for instance, I'm applying for a programmer, but they didn't have anyone technical to do the interview, so they sent like an engineering manager without a technical background to just, check my soft skills. The manager says, yeah, he's okay, whatever, right? So I was lucky. Somebody was misjudging me in my favor, right? And maybe I had some connections. I was able to get a job because of my connections. And here, disclaimer, connections per se are not a bad thing, right? This is your asset, just as your experience, your skills. And it's good to use your connections, of course, not in, pathological sense, like, I don't know, in politics, for instance, right? We can write a lot of articles in newspapers, what's happening, but, healthy usage of connections is fine. So we have those. This is the first possibility, right? We are successful because of two reasons. One reason is external factors, and the second reason is overwork, right? So I was only successful because I put all those additional hours. I didn't even log them into the company system because, in my mind, some average Joe would do this twice as fast as me, right? I just had to put these additional hours. So this is the second possibility. External factors or overwork. The only reason for my success, not myself, my skills, abilities, etc., right? Now, all of us in our head, we have this kind of belief filter, like a model of reality that we are creating over the first 20 levels of our character or first 20 years of our life, right? Because word is very complicated, we are coming up with some simplifications, right? We are trying to find some simple rules for the word because it's easier in general. We are creating some, buckets for certain things, right? We are grouping them together, and then it's a bit easier to process. And then whenever you encounter some information that does not really fit your belief system, you will bend it a little bit, right, to fit. If you encounter an information that contradicts the belief system, it's painful a bit, right? You are going to probably ignore it or just break this information. This will be important a little bit later, but probably at some point you had this situation that you read something online, for instance, and you were looking at it, you think, what a bullshit, right? It just didn't fit into your belief system, into your model of reality. Now, we have our zeros and ones, right? We are in computer science, so zeros and ones are cool. But this again, this problem with perfectionism, right? So for a person who is a perfectionist, job is either 1, perfect, good, right? Or 0, nothing, trash, and there's nothing in between. If your job is 95, 98, 99% in quality or finish 99%, you will just round it down to 0 again, and it's worth nothing, right? And this is a little bit of problem with imposter syndrome, because most things you are going to run to the 0 in this situation. Now, how does relate to technology, right? So first of all, in general, in software industry, we tend to believe that we are smart people, right? So I was mentioning, if you're highly intelligent, then you are more prone to the imposter syndrome. You are just figuring out all those possibilities, what can go wrong. Our industry is kind of intangible, right? What does it mean? If you have some classical craftsmanship, like let's say you have a blacksmith 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago, right? There was a blacksmith, right? His father was a blacksmith, his son will be a blacksmith. Blacksmith is creating swords, for instance. You have a sword. You can judge a quality of a sword. You can take it into your hand. You can check if it's well balanced, right? If it's sharp. Maybe not with your finger, if it looks nice, etc. Some other classical jobs as a baker, painter, whatever, it's easy to judge the quality. But what we are doing is a bit like magic to other people, right? Like, do the experiment and try to explain to your grandma that you did a wonderful suite of automated tests, right? Or maybe your method has low cyclometric complexity. Nice thing, good quality, right? Whenever something is difficult to explain to normal people, let's say, there is an opportunity for doubt to set in, right? And you are prone to be an imposter because you don't know if what you are doing is good, right? Our industry is growing very fast. And I think it was like 8 or 10 years ago, I read a quote by Uncle Bob that on average, a programmer has 5 years of experience, or the median experience is 5 years. I'm not sure if it still holds, probably not, but still, our industry is growing very fast. There is an influx of people, a big influx of people, and we are creating a lot of stuff, right? We are creating new version of languages, new libraries, new framework, like, let's write another front-end framework, because why not, right? That's a great idea. We are creating a lot of layers of abstraction where we can solve different problems, and at some point, after a few years, there's just so much of it that you don't feel very confident that I should know, this, that, this framework, that stuff, and it's kind of easy to feel like an imposter, right? Because I'm a software developer, I should know all those things, right? Tricky. And we are kind of surrounded by this attitude, fake it till you make it. So you are reading about startups that are solving hunger in Africa or curing AIDS or whatever, right? And you are thinking how your work compares to that, and it's not very good sometimes, right? All right, so now let's look at what dark places we can visit here. So first of all, when you have this fear that somebody will discover at some point that you're an imposter, you have this defensive process running in your head, right? So constantly you have to be aware of your surroundings, whether you are in a safe environment, if somebody you don't know is listening, if you can tell something or not. And this process takes up energy, right? Your mental energy, your willpower, if you will, or maybe your cycles of your processor in your head, right? So it makes you tired in general. You can do less other stuff because of that. If you are afraid that somebody will find out, it leads to some anxiety states. You are constantly in this fear that something bad will happen. There is this whole topic of professional burnout. It's like 12 stages of burnout. It's a topic for a different presentation in general. But in the end, you can reach some really dark places, get into some real mental problems such as depressions or similar. Right? So there's a problem with balance, right? Because if you choose this overwork path, right, you will spend a lot of time on polishing stuff so that it's good enough, then you won't have a lot of free time. So life-work balance is in danger, right? Naturally, if you're afraid that somebody will discover, you will keep everyone at distance a little bit, right? So there is a problem with relationships, either professional or even private sometimes, because they may find out, right? Bad stuff will happen. There's this procrastination, because at some point you are going to be put into tests, so you are just postponing this moment of some difficult work you are going to do. Like there is this most difficult task in a sprint and often most important, so you are just taking some easier task that you are comfortable with. You're pushing this complicated task away, and at some point, priorities are broken, sprint is nearing to the end, right? The big task is not done. The product owner is angry, right, and has a reason to be. And in general, if you just started with a big task, it would be fine. You could do this, right? You are good enough. But because of this procrastination, it was actually a self-fulfilling prophecy that, in the end, there was a failure of sprint, right? And you are naturally afraid of changes. So you will be afraid to change job. You'll be afraid to maybe change a project within the company. And we just stay in this comfort zone. You miss a lot of stuff around, right? Because in order to learn, to get new knowledge, to hone your skills, you have to get out of your comfort zone just a little bit. Right? If you are not doing this, you are missing a lot of opportunities to develop, to learn new stuff. Right? And of course, if you are sitting silently, your boss probably will not gonna notice that you are really good. So you are miss some kind of raises, promotions, and stuff like this. And because you are not speaking up, also your team misses on all your good ideas. The team, the company, the tribe, or whatever is the division in the company, and basically entire, let's say, IT in the end is missing your input and ideas. So it's not good. All right, now let's look at some psychological mechanisms that are relevant to imposter syndrome. So first of all, the realization that something like that even exists, right? It's not that like you are impostor. There is this mental condition, an imposter syndrome, and this is the first clue that can be helpful. The second is that this is very common, right? It's not like 1 or 2%. It's half of us in this room, basically. You're not alone, okay? And to some extent, it's solvable. How much solvable? It's a little bit, philosophical topic. It's like with mental illnesses and stuff like this, there's a question whether you can get rid of your demons or not entirely. But for sure you can learn how to live with those demons and drink tea from time to time or something stronger if needs be, right? So in order not to be too softish on this conference, I have a diagram for you. Right? So this is the imposter cycle. This is the central mechanism of imposter syndrome. We are running in these cycles, and each cycle strengthens this feeling that you're an imposter. So how this works, there's a task, right? You're looking at this task, you're of course afraid, you have all these doubts, all these things kicks in that, okay, now they are going to discover in the end, I'm doomed, it will be a disaster, but at some point you decide to start acting, and you can choose one of two ways. Either you are going with this extra effort, right? Overwork. So you are going to put additional hours, not log it into the company system, of course, polish it as much as possible, spend a lot of time, and succeed, of course. Or you can procrastinate. So you can think, okay, this is the end. They will know at this point I'm doomed, nothing to be done. Or maybe I will just be lucky again. So you just postpone this thought, procrastinate. I have this memory from some time ago when I was at the university. So there is an exam, half hour or 1 hour before the exam, you are now cramming from the book at the last moment. At some point you just say, okay, fuck it. I'm not doing this anymore. You just stand up, go for a walk, for a coffee, or a cigarette or something. It's a form form of procrastination. You are putting away this think about the test or difficult task in front of you, right? So we choose one of those two ways, right? Because we are competent in general, we were successful in our tasks, so there is this momentary relief, okay, they didn't discover yet. And now you are getting this positive feedback about yourself, and now this internal filter that you had in your head kicks in that, hey, I'm not competent, so if I'm getting feedback that I'm competent, it's not true. You are just discarding this feedback, right? It doesn't fit your mental model of yourself. You are just ignoring this feedback because you have your own explanation. It was one of those two reasons. Either I was successful because of the overwork, or I was successful because I was lucky, some external factors, of course. If I procrastinated, the only explanation is external factors. So we have explanation why you were successful. And this strengthens this feeling that you are an imposter, right? Because you were not successful because you are good, but because of some external factors being an imposter. So there are some thinking over, and we have another cycle, and this cycle basically repeats and repeats, and you are feeling even more impostering, right? So a few words about perception of knowledge. So this our mental model. In this our mental model, we are creating those kind of like a buckets, right? We are simplifying some groups. So for instance, we have a bucket for a developer. We have a bucket for a manager, a scary manager, a scary bucket, right? We have a bucket for, I know, tester, etc. And now when you're talking to, say, one developer, you're getting a piece of information A, you're talking to a second developer, you got piece of information B, third developer C. What happens in your mind is those all three developers merges, right, into some generic developer that knows all of that, right? And now in your mind, you think that all developers know a lot, and I know this very little, right? And it's not very comfortable. Whereas, in fact, in reality, it's not like that. It's just that people have different sets of knowledge, sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller than yours, but it's not that all of them knows all of that. So be careful of this effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Who's familiar with Dunning-Kruger effect? Yeah, I should be familiar. I should raise my hand. All right, so the Dunning-Kruger effect is the relationship between confidence and competence, right? We have competence, we have confidence. And what's happening, maybe first disclaimer, we are not good in seeing the difference between competence and confidence. If somebody acts confidently, right, thinks he's confident, saying stuff confidently, we kind of assume that they are competent, right? It just works this way. And whenever you are learning some new stuff, or you're maybe starting some new career path, at the beginning you have a lot of successes, like, you know, a lot of easy green paths, like stuff is working, you deploy your first Spring Boot application, you got hello world from the endpoint, you're a web developer, right? You're good, right? So very quickly you gain this confidence at the beginning until you reach this peak of man stupid, right? And then after that, maybe you change a project, maybe you change a company, and maybe there are some fuck-ups on production. At some point you are starting to see how big is the field you are in, right? And you are realizing that you actually know very little, very small fraction of this field. And now you are losing this confidence very quickly, and you are going into the valley of despair, right? And only after that, with time, steady experience, you are still getting your confidence back. Right now, in our industry, this peak here happens, I think, around after 1 or 1.5 years of experience on average. I did a lot of technical interviews. I had like probably 50 to 70 people I was leading, so I was talking with a lot of people with various types of experiences. And also at some point I had 1 year of experience, and I remember what was I thinking at this time. So basically after this 1.5 years, we have this feeling that, hey, I know Java 10 out of 10, I know Spring 10 out of 10, right? Hire me for senior position, give me a raise, stuff like this, right? And then after that, some different projects, some more experiences, we kind of back off a little bit, right? From this statement. And how is it relevant to imposter syndrome? Basically, if you are somewhere more along this line and you are seeing those people who are on this peak of man stupid and they feel very confident, you are not really good at, detecting that they are fake. And you have this feeling that, hey, this person has like 3 times less experience than me, or 2 times less experience than me, but still looks like he's better, right? It's not, something is wrong with me, right? And it's not really true, everything is okay. You are just on at different points in this Dunning-Kruger effect scale. Okay, another interesting effect, the spotlight effect. So, basically, we are a bit more egoistic than we would like to believe, right? So we think that other people pay more attention to us than they really do. For instance, imagine that you are in some group photo situation. You are taking pictures, right? Then you are looking at this photo, and what's the first thing that you are looking at? Yourself, right? You are checking if your tie is straight, if you don't have any stain on your t-shirt and stuff like this, right? And then you are looking at other people probably. And we kind of assume that people are paying more attention to us than it is in reality. So the moral from that is that you shouldn't be afraid, to speak up, to join discussions, to just basically be in the spotlight, because people are not really actively looking for your mistakes, right? Don't be afraid of this. All right, next we have the curse of knowledge, right? So small children have this feature that they think that everyone else knows and feels the same as they do, right? We grew up from this to an extent, okay? So we have all those, for instance, story about technical people and non-technical people who can't understand each other because they kind of assume that the other person knows all this stuff. And how is it relevant? Basically, I had an experience of for about 2 years, I was a Java Guild Master in our company. And one of the parts of this job was to look for people who would speak on our internal events, right? We had an event every quarter. I needed to find like 3 speakers or something. So I was talking to a lot of people. Hey, can you talk? Can you talk? Can you talk? They were shy, right? But also they have this explanation that they don't have anything interesting to say. Everyone else knows what they do, right? They assume that everyone else knows what they do, like 3-year-old, basically. And this is not true. If you have a lot of experience, like if you are a senior developer, you can tell a lot of stories from your experience, some examples, right? If you're a junior developer, you can research some new library, for instance, that seniors are too lazy to look at, right? You can do a presentation about this, like look at every Java conference, there is a presentation, what's new in Java 21, 22, 20 something, right? This is something that you can look up in the documentation, but people are still going to these presentations, right? And they're actually one of the best speakers in those slots often. So it's a good idea to, talk about something, because you can have a lot of unique knowledge that other people does not know for many reasons. All right, some solutions now. There was a Twitter or X, whatever, thread that I discovered some time ago. So basically there were people that were in tech, in science, engineering, that they were writing about what seemingly obvious things they have to look up, right? Or copy from previous project, or Google, or ask ChatGPT. And sometimes those are very trivial things. I don't know, how to center a damn div, for instance, right? Basically, I tell you a secret. All of us Google stuff, right? Or currently, all of us ask ChatGPT for stuff, even basic stuff. Right? We copy stuff from previous projects. We Google. My personal confession with Java would be that I still don't remember how to read a file from a disk to a memory. As though those are those streams that are nested. And basically, I always Google that if I need this. I remembered when I was doing a certificate in Java 5 some time ago, okay? But now I don't remember. So especially if you're a junior developer, you might have this feeling that you should know everything about your language or your framework or your library. You don't have to, right? You can check stuff. That's okay. Okay, a few words about comparisons. So we tend to compare ourselves to other people. And this is a problem, right? If you assume that people are objects, we are going to be objectifying people now, but let's assume this for a moment. People are objects, we have private stuff and public stuff, right? We show some public stuff that we choose to, right? And we have some private stuff that nobody knows about. Nobody knows how much time we spent on learning something, how many fuck-ups we did, sometimes spectacular, right? And also, even this public stuff that we show goes through this filter. First, it's our filter, what we choose to show, and then there's the filter of the receiving person, right? Every person has some mindset and adds additional filters, right? So it's not a good comparison. A good comparison is comparing yourself to a snapshot of yourself earlier in time, right? So compare yourself to yourself in 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, and see what was the progress, right? And this is a good way for comparisons. All right, Japanese have this art of fixing broken ceramic with gold, right? So they have this idea that if an item is broken, they can fix it with gold, and then it will be unique, right? It will have a soul. So whenever you think about yourself, like physically or mentally, or your work, that this is broken somehow, you might think about this, that this is unique and this has a soul, right? It might be helpful a little bit. All right, gaming. So who of you plays some computer games with achievements? Yeah, we have some gamers here. Right, this is, I think, from Diablo 3. Yes. So basically, achievements in games are there for a reason, right? We get a shot of dopamine when we get an achievement. And now, whenever you feel down that you didn't achieve anything, it might be a good idea to create a list, right? You can list maybe all jobs that you did, all projects that were successful, all the books you read, all the courses you went through, all the conferences you went to, stuff like this, your idea. It can be a LinkedIn profile or CV or something totally different. And then when you are a bit down, you can just look at this list and see, okay, maybe I'm not that bad, all right? Here we have on paper. By the way, some people say that if it's a physical form, so put on paper, it works better, right? Until your dogs eats it or your house burns down, right? So we are in this IT world, we have this, 9 nines of durability, but still somehow we're living in the physical world, and sometimes it works better. I'm not sure about this, some say that. Okay, again, social media filtering, so stuff that you see on social media, something that somebody choose to put their best site, it's filtered, sometimes literally like on Instagram, and then it goes through your filter, your own mental filter. So don't believe social media, and take it with a grain of salt. Looking for a job. We have space unicorns, okay? Sometimes when you look at the job ads, you just see this space unicorn that they expect that you know this, and this, speak 5 languages, right? And stuff like that. So remember that a job listing is often a wish list, right? You don't have to check all the boxes. There was an experiment in IBM in the 70s. They were comparing how often men and women were applying for internal projects at IBM. It turned out that men were applying when they were checking out like 60% of requirements. Ladies about 90%, so maybe ladies back then were not that confident. But in general, if you don't check all the boxes, you can still apply, just be honest about this, right? Don't be an actual imposter. Now we have the reptile brain of software developer, right? So when we are developing software, it's basically happening in the newer part of our brain, in the neocortex. Neocortex is kind of new. Other important stuff like survival is governed by the old parts of our brain, like the emotional part. And now, when you're looking at some software problem, you don't know why something is not working, or you don't know why something is working, right? You are thinking that, okay, I don't know how to deal with this problem. I'm stupid. I'm not good enough. Somebody else would do this much better. They will fire me, right? You start to feel this fear. And whenever we start to feel fear, then this old part of your brain kicks in. We are looking whether there is a tiger that is going to eat us, right? Should we flee or fight or freeze, or what's happening? And what's happening biologically, the blood flow to neocortex is cut down. So basically, whenever you're afraid that you are stupid, you are making yourself stupid, right? It's just happening. You have not enough blood in your neocortex. So whenever you catch yourself on the situation that you are thinking on the problem, you're afraid of consequences, try to detect the situation and try to avoid it. Like, get up, go for a coffee, for a walk. Just try to do something to cut this train of thoughts. And it will be better. A few words about talent, right? Edison famously said that talent is 99% of work, 1% of inspiration, work perspiration, I guess that was the word he used. So how is it in reality? In fact, people that are successful are always those people who try different ways of doing something, even if it doesn't really work very well, right? So they are persistent. In order to trying different things, how to make something work, you probably have to like it, right? If you don't like it, it probably won't work. So the thing is that in our industry, you have a lot of opportunities. You can do a lot of things. If you are, even if you are a developer, you have this label developer. You can try to be, I don't know, maybe a Scrum Master for some time. Maybe you can do some, move from front end to back end. Maybe some DevOps stuff. Maybe become an architect. Maybe go into some organizing. Right? Become a manager or agile coach or whatever, what have you, right? Sometimes you don't even have to change the label. You can just try a little bit of different stuff. And my advice is to try to find the stuff that you actually like. Because if you are going to do this, at some point you will get good at it, right? So try to experiment a little and find your niche. All right, recruitment. So if you have on occasion to be technical recruiter, this is a good cure for this curse of knowledge, right? Thinking that everyone knows the same as you. You will quickly realize that a lot of candidates don't know a lot of stuff that you do. There's a caveat there, because you might be tempted to, come up with these difficult questions that nobody really knows by heart, like, some specific methods in a framework, in a library or something like that. So don't go this way. In general, the goal of recruitment is to find nice people for our companies, and they are paying us to do that, not to boost your ego. But you can help yourself a little bit in the process if you are careful. Appreciation. So there is one nice book, unfortunately I believe only in Polish, but there was an idea that every one of us has this jar of honey inside of us, right? We can add to the honey to this jar by having some positive interaction with a person, saying some compliment, giving a good feedback, some appreciation. Whenever you have a difficult interaction with a person, giving difficult feedback, you are removing from this honey, right? And now what happens if the level of honey is 0 and you try to remove something? If you have empty collection and you try to take something away, right? It's a problem in general. So basically, if you have to have a good relations at work, it's a good idea to think about filling up this jar of honey at the beginning. Think about appreciating people. It can be saying something nice, giving the good feedback, helping others, even if you put a stupid like on the message on Teams channel, right? It's adding to this jar, and then you can take away from it. Last but not least, almost last, therapy, right? Some people have this idea that they won't go to therapy because they are not crazy, right? There's kind of like social stigma that we should not go to therapies because it's kind of we are weird or something. But listen, whenever you feel that you have an actual problem, if you are feeling down, if you are maybe in these imposter cycles, don't be afraid to go to a therapist, right? There's no shame in that. Many companies, especially after the COVID pandemics, have some programs to help us with that, like some free visit or something anonymous, so we can check out your company if they have something like this and use it. Now, we like observability and measurements, right? So you can test yourself how much of imposter syndrome you have. There is the most popular test is called Clance IP scale. Pauline Clance was one of those 2 researchers in this paper I mentioned. IP stands for imposter phenomena. So if you put Clance IP scale in Google, you will find a PDF document with 20 questions, scale 1 to 5, something like this. You can calculate the level of your imposter syndrome. If you don't want to calculate it manually, there's a site called psychtest.org, I think. They have some automatic tests that are based usually on this Clance IP scale. So I did like 3 of them, normalized that. It turns out that I'm 42% of imposter syndrome. But it was much worse like 10 years ago. I remember very well being in those cycles, imposter cycles, every sprint basically. I had this feeling, okay, we finished the sprint, I somehow managed to get by. They didn't discover that I'm an imposter, but next sprint, they will know for sure. And it was going for 2 years, okay? All right, this is the last slide. So this QR code leads to my LinkedIn. If you want to join the party, you're welcome to. I'm also on Twitter, X, or whatever. If you want to have a note from this lecture, there is an article on my blog, howtotrainyourjava.com. Not much stuff about Java anymore, more about software, general software people wear. And there are also slides from this talk somewhere there, and there are some area recordings, also probably from a longer or shorter versions from that. Right, okay, so guys, take care of yourselves, take care of others around you. Thank you very much for your time. Right. And questions. We have questions, I guess.
So, thank you for the talk. You've said that we need to track our achievements and maybe seek for some external feedback like what the job offers, job ads are saying. So let's imagine this situation, which I believe happens in some people. You see a job ad which is written like Spring Boot experience, database experience in relational databases like MySQL. So you start doing some projects on your own, like some REST APIs in Spring Boot and MySQL and stuff, and you do this project and this project, you explore interceptors, filters, and you mark these achievements. I did interceptors, I did more, I had bigger project, and so on and so forth. Then you go to an interview and they say, how do you deploy Spring in a Tomcat container? What is prime faces? And how do you call a store procedure from Hibernate? And you're like, I did 10 out of 10 achievements from my own scale, but these people are challenging me on a completely unexplored areas. So how do you set the scale on your own? Because you can be already misconcepting the whole world, right?
That's a difficult question. Like, you know, in our company, we have this document called seniority levels. And I work in a software house, so we have a lot of technologies, .NET, Java, Python, DevOps, etc. And we are trying to come up with a document, like one document where you have a list of what stuff you should know for junior Java developer, mid, senior. And it's basically impossible, right? Because whoever you ask, who should know this, there are different answers. It's really difficult, to be honest, right? Also, many companies don't have very good recruitment processes, right? Yeah. So they are going to ask you for questions that you don't usually know by heart, and it's not a good idea to do recruitment. Good idea is to, you know, talk with a person, ask about experiences, give them some problems, and like for instance, our interview for DevOps is like one half hour of discussion. How would you set up an environment if you were in a new team, right? What do you think about this, that, this, there's this problem, that problem, and basically our senior DevOps are able to somehow judge how experienced, how good this person is, right? I'm not sure if there is just one scale that you have 7 out of 10 in being Java developer. It's a tricky question.
Yeah, probably it's not like a real scale, but the problem of setting your own scale is that if you are a newcomer, you may misconcept or may not know all the things that predate you. For instance, you may even not know that Spring Boot has not boot version, right? With manual deployment and stuff, because you just came into the field, you're like year 2 or 3 with experience, and you miss a lot of things before that. How do you draw the path? This is maybe the toughest thing that I see in people, myself as well, and other fellow guys, I don't know.
There's this rule in martial arts. There is this title of sensei, meaning senior instructor, and when they ask you when one's become a sensei, the answer is when other senseis, Shihans, I'm sorry, Shihan is the senior instructor, sensei is just an instructor. When other Shihans start to call you Shihan, right? So another measure that we usually use to see how senior our people are is just to ask other people, do you think this people is senior or more towards mid-developer, and if so, what is missing, right? And we are looking for answers. Like our general idea, for instance, is that junior is able to do some work under supervision of more experienced colleagues. Mid is like autonomous, right? can get a task and usually can complete the task, and seniors are people who can lead a team basically and have like this higher overview or what is to be done beyond one task or beyond one sprint even. So maybe this is kind of like a way to comparing your levels of skills of seniority in software development in general, right?
Yep, thank you. So essentially communication with other people and trying to find the mid-ground.
Feedback is important.
Yeah. So if you're all alone in all of this, maybe it's not gonna work, right? Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. Do we have other questions, folks? If you are shy, you can just come up to me later and ask in person. Okay, no other questions? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. All right. Oh, we got a question. Last moment. I will take another picture with you. If
Hello.
You let me.
Thank you for your talk. Putting
all right.
Putting the role on the other side, so we talk about ourselves and how can we achieve or at least suppress the imposter syndrome on ourselves, but having a management role or a leading role, how can we achieve on the members of our team not to feel that way when we more or less identify that some of the members could have some doubts about themselves on our teams?
How to identify if people around us have imposter syndrome, basically? Can we phrase the question like this?
How to help them to feel appreciated. I saw that appreciation and part of Annie, it's always a good thing for us and the other side, but how can we lead them to achieve their goals, or at least for them to see that, okay, you are not that imposter that probably you think you are in the team, or how can we give him some feedback or anything like that?
Fighting with imposter syndrome, in general, it's good to share this knowledge that there is something like an imposter syndrome, but there is also another trick. You can try to normalize not being perfect around you. So, for instance, if I talk with a person that I suspect that has imposter syndrome, I would sometimes mention that, okay, I wasn't feeling very good about this work that I did, or I fucked up something, or stuff like this, right? It worked on me. I was talking with one of our senior architects that I believe was like a god, basically, right? He knows everything, he's perfect. And he shares that, okay, we fucked up this, I didn't feel well about this, and it kind of, normalize not being perfect. So this is a trick that you can use as a team leader, for instance, or just a good colleague in your team. It can slowly sink into people's minds that it's okay to not be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Sorry? We have still 1 minute. 1 minute.
Where do you draw the line of perfection? How do you draw the line? You say, at this point I need to stop. It doesn't need to be more perfect than that.
That's a difficult question. I have this problem on my own, kind of. Like I spent a lot of time on my presentations and on my slides. At some point I had a presentation where there was a Twitter handle, then a space, a dot, a space, something else, title of the presentation. And at some point I noticed that I forgot about one space, right? It was not, in the middle. And I just decided to leave it like this as a, kind of a cure for myself, a reminder that you don't have to be perfect. Right? We have this problem with business that we can't do anything perfect because it will take infinite amount of time. So usually somebody probably will come to us and say that, okay, this is good enough, just leave it at this, please, right? And after some time of doing this, we kind of develop maybe this feeling that where is the line, more or less, right? Maybe this is one idea how to deal with that.
Yeah, the problem with me especially is that when someone comes to me and says, oh, well, we were already trying to go to the perfect line and it doesn't need to be, it's already too expensive. I already fucked up tens of times, and this is something that I don't know how to stop. in myself, because when the external feedback comes, it's usually too late. And I think some people are also living in an environment where it's not that controlled that you can have the feedback early enough.
Yeah, you know, in general, we don't have a controlled environment. There is always stuff that you don't know, and software is never ready, basically. Right? So we have to just accept that it's never ready. It's always 90% ready, and this last 10% is like another big chunk of work. It's tricky. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. We are after time, I think. So if you have any more questions, please just come to me personally. And thank you very much again.